Good evening, everybody. You are looking at the Tel Aviv-Israel skyline. Israel has launched an attack on Iran, targeting its nuclear program. So Israel is expecting some kind of response to this soon. So we are going to bring you live breaking news coverage here. If you give me a second, I am trying to get organized here. So again, this is the Tel Aviv skyline in Israel. Israel has launched, this is huge news, Israel launching an attack on Iran. So I'm probably not even as caught up as some of you because I was just rushing to get on the air. So let me get you some updates here on the latest situation. Give me a moment here. The Reuters reports that Israel has begun carrying out strikes on Iran, two U.S. officials said, saying there was no U.S. assistance or involvement in the operation. I got to get some other cams up too. Hold on a moment here. I have some other cameras here. I have Jerusalem skyline. Let me get the Jerusalem skyline up here as well. Hang on, there's a lot going on, so I gotta get organized here. Where to put this? Over here? Okay. Yeah, let me just put a text up there. So we have the Tel Aviv skyline and the Jerusalem skyline. Oops, on the screen for you right now. Sorry, I'm just getting everything organized here. Huge news. Huge news. Israel has launched a strike on Iran. Here, AP says, AP reports, Israel military official confirms attack has targeted Iranian nuclear sites. But there were also explosions reported in Tehran. Maybe they involved the nuclear sites. Again, AP says Israeli military official confirms attack has targeted Iranian nuclear sites. Oh, yeah, 3:35 a.m. Israel time, just so you know. It's on the screen. And Iran time is 4:05. Iran time is a half hour ahead, 4:05 a.m. Iran time. Also, hang on a second here. There's a lot going on. There is a lot going on here. But this is huge news. And sorry, just let me get organized here. Flight Radar 24 says we're following reports of large explosions in Tehran. Some flights are routing around the city or diverting, but there are many flights currently transiting Iranian airspace. Jennifer Jacobs of CBS News reports that the White House will have a cabinet meeting tomorrow morning as Israel's military operation begins. Trump just left the South Lawn after remarks at a congressional picnic and is inside the White House. Again, Israel has carried out strikes on Iran's nuclear program. But some reports say the strikes have just begun. NBC News is reporting that the Israeli strikes against Iran have begun. So there could be more Israeli strikes to come. Elint News posted that there are initial reports of a targeted assassination attempt in Iran. So Elint News, I just posted the link in the chat, but Elint News on X, ELINT, posted a photo of a building with like one floor seemingly taken out. So it's possible that the strike explosions heard in Tehran were targeting particular people. Breaking news, huge breaking news, huge breaking news. Look at this from Manny Fabian. I don't want to go away from the live shot. Manny Fabian with Times of Israel says the Israeli military expects its operation against Iran's nuclear program and long-range missile capabilities to last for several days. The IDF is preparing for heavy fire from Iran in response to its airstrikes tonight. At the end of the operation, there will be no nuclear threat, military officials say. We are in the window of strategic opportunities. We have reached the point of no return and there is no choice but to act now, IDF officials say. The IDF says it's coordinating its action with the U.S., but we saw another report that said there was, I think coming from the U.S., that there was no U.S. assistance. I'll have to check that. So how much U.S. assistance is there? I can't tell you. Two U.S. officials told Reuters that there was no U.S. assistance or involvement in the operation. So again, huge, huge, huge news. Let's just say this again. According to Manny Fabian of Times of Israel, who's very reliable, he says the Israeli military expects its operation against Iran's nuclear program and long-range missile capabilities to last for several days. The IDF is preparing for heavy fire from Iran in response to its airstrikes tonight. Military officials say in Israel at the end of the operation there will be no nuclear threat. Wow, that's a bold claim. We are in the window of strategic opportunities, they say. We have reached the point of no return and there is no choice but to act now. Also, Manny Fabian of Times of Israel reports, the IDF confirms it has launched an aerial campaign against Iran's nuclear program. Dozens of targets across Iran related to the nuclear program and other military facilities are being struck by the Israeli Air Force, it says. The operation is dubbed Strength of a Lion. The IDF says Iran has enough enriched uranium to build several bombs within days, and it needs to act against this imminent threat. Sirens that sounded across Israel a short while ago were a preemptive warning issued by the IDF ahead of a possible reaction by Iran. Wow, 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 wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. So Israel is expecting a retaliation. I'm seeing some reports about security measures in Israel. Also, there's a report of a building hit in breaking news. I'm going to post a photo in the chat from Roy Case. Roy is a reporter in Israel. He says direct hit on a building in Tehran. So there's a photo of a hit on a building in Tehran. And the building, I don't have the rights to the photo, the building is on its, half the building is on its side in Tehran. There's a big building like 15 stories high or 10 stories high, and half of it's on its side. Breaking news, Hillel Bittin Rosen, who is an Israeli reporter for Channel 14, says a senior Israeli official says there's a high probability that Iran's chief of staff was eliminated. Unbelievable. Oh, I have a video, a supposed video from Iran. I have to. I don't have the rights to these things. I'm gonna post a supposed video in the chat from Ariel Oserin. Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna say for more photos and videos, check my X account at Lookner. So for more photos and videos, see Steve's X account, and it's at Lookner. Because some of the stuff I don't have the rights to, but I can post it on my X account, and you can go look at it there. So I'm going to post this, and then I'm going to pin this post. Mods, if you could pin my post, that would be awesome. I'm going to pin it on YouTube, if I can do this here. But please, mods, if you can help by pinning my post I just posted, that would be great. Because I'm posting a bunch of stuff there. I'm seeing a video of a building on fire in Tehran. Ariel Oser, an Israeli reporter, says residential areas in northeast and west Tehran are reported to have been targeted by Israeli airstrikes, likely targeted elimination attempts of senior IRGC commanders. The IRGC is the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, branch of the Iranian armed forces. Again, Israel has begun a campaign, a campaign of military strikes on Iranian nuclear sites. This is, according to Manny Fabian, expected to last several days. A home front command. I need to find the home front command instructions. Let me do that. Oh, I have an announcement from Israel. I think I have an announcement from Israel. Hold on. Oh, I have two announcements from Israel. I have two announcements from Israel. Hold on. I don't even think they're in English. I think they're in Hebrew, but I have a translation. Hang on a moment here. I'm going to read you these in a second. I'm going to read you these in 2 seconds. I have two announcements from the Israeli military. Okay, let me read you these announcements from Israel while keeping the video on the screen. This is from Israel's, from the IDF. The IDF says, this is Israeli announcement from 2 minutes ago, Israel says, the IDF has launched a preemptive strike to damage the Iranian nuclear program. Okay, this is coming from the Israeli military. They say the IDF has launched, the IDF spokesman announces that a short time ago, the IDF, under the guidance of the political echelon leadership, launched a precise and integrated preemptive strike based on high-quality intelligence with the aim of damaging the Iranian nuclear program and in response to the Iranian regime's ongoing aggression against Israel. Dozens of Air Force aircraft recently completed the opening strike, which included attacking dozens of military targets, including nuclear targets in various areas of Iran. The public must obey the Home Front Command's instructions, which will be updated as needed, and act responsibly and patiently. The IDF and the relevant bodies are prepared for many scenarios in defense and attack as needed. For years, says the IDF, Iran has been directly and indirectly promoting terrorism against the state of Israel, financing and directing terrorist acts through its proxies throughout the Middle East, while advancing towards nuclear weapons. IDF says the Iranian regime is the primary perpetrator of all terrorist acts committed against the state of Israel since the beginning of the Iron Sword War, including arming and financing the Hamas terrorist organization responsible for the events of October 7th. During the Iron Sword War, Iran even attacked Israel directly twice, firing hundreds of missiles and unmanned aerial vehicles, drones into the country. The IDF continues. The Iranian regime has a stated goal of destroying the state of Israel. Senior Iranian regime officials declare this and are working to realize it with their envoys in the Middle East. Iran, says Israel, is today closer than ever to obtaining nuclear weapons. Weapons of mass destruction in the hands of the Iranian regime are a threat to the state of Israel and a significant threat to the entire world. The state of Israel will not allow a regime whose goal is the destruction of the state of Israel to possess weapons of mass destruction. The IDF has been conducting a lengthy process of assessments and preparations for the campaign at the front and in the rear. Civilian resilience will be an important component of the campaign. The IDF is prepared to continue to act as necessary. The state of Israel has a duty to act to protect its citizens and will continue to do so wherever required, as it has done in the past. The IDF is conducting an ongoing situation assessment and will update on any developments. So Israel announces it has launched a precise and integrative preemptive strike based on high-quality intelligence with the aim of damaging the Iranian nuclear program and in response to the Iran regime's ongoing aggression against Israel. Wow. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Again, multiple reports say that this attack is expected to go on for more than a day. More than a day. There were explosions reported in Tehran, and I'm posting some news about that. Hold on a second. Oh, give me one moment here. Just give me one moment. I am posting stuff on my X account at Lookner. We are bringing you live breaking news updates. Give me a moment here. Give me a moment. Give me a moment. I need to do something real quick. Wow, unbelievable. This is such a huge... will Iran launch strikes against Israel, against the U.S. in response? Breaking news, CNN reports, CNN's Elena Treen says, Israel is planning to carry out multiple rounds of attacks against Iran, an Israeli source tells CNN's Jeremy Diamond. This is not a one-day attack, the source said, adding the Israeli government saw a window of opportunity to carry out this attack both militarily and diplomatically. Remember, I want to say like a year ago or 9 months ago, Israel launched strikes on Iran and took out a bunch of Iran's aerial defenses, I believe it was. And I forget when exactly that was. There were strikes in October. Maybe it was the October strikes. In October, Israel had launched strikes on Iran. Yes, they definitely took out some air defense sites in last October. But again, this is expected to go on for days. Days. Breaking news. Hold on a second here. Oh, I don't know about that. Marco Rubio has released a statement. Marco Rubio has released a statement. Hold on a second here. He says, oh, hold on, I think I have it right here. I have the statement right here. Marco Rubio says tonight, Israel, Secretary of State Marco Rubio of the U.S. says tonight Israel took unilateral action against Iran. That means on their own, claiming without U.S. help. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners. Let me be clear, he says, Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel. Wow. Wow. Again, Marco Rubio, Secretary of State, says that the U.S. That they are not involved in the strikes against Iran. That is what Marco Rubio says. Wow, this is just enormous, enormous news, guys. I mean, this has been talked about for years and years and years, maybe decades, if this has been talked about. But Israel has launched a military. Israel has launched a military attack on Iran's nuclear program. Let me read you again the Israeli, and this could go on for days, possibly. Let me read you again the statement from Israel. The IDF launched a preemptive, precise, combined offensive to strike Iran's nuclear program. Dozens of IAF jets completed the first stage that included strikes on dozens of military targets, including nuclear targets in different areas of Iran. Today, Iran is closer than ever to obtaining a nuclear weapon. Weapons of mass destruction in the hands of the Iranian regime are an existential threat to the state of Israel and to the wider world. The state of Israel has no choice, they say, but to fulfill the obligation to act in defense of its citizens, and will continue to do so everywhere it is required to do so, as we have done in the past. There are rumors online that some Iranian officials may have been targeted. What is this here? Is Reuters reporting something about Natanz? B&O News says that Reuters is saying that explosions were heard near Iran's Natanz nuclear facility. Now, let me see if I can get you an update on that. I wouldn't be surprised. Wow, unbelievable, unbelievable. Oh, hold on, is there a Netanyahu statement now? Hang on a moment. I'm hearing about some sort of Netanyahu statement. Netanyahu has released a statement. I have a translation of it. He says, a short time ago, Operation Kalabi was launched. Our brave pilots are attacking numerous targets across Iran. The goal of this unprecedented operation is to strike Iran's nuclear infrastructure, Iran's ballistic missile factories, and many of Iran's military capabilities. That is from Netanyahu. Netanyahu released a statement saying it will go on for as long as it takes. Oh, Ariel Oserin says Iranian state media report that all flights in Tehran's Khamenei International Airport have been suspended. That's from Ariel Oserin with I-24 News. Oops, sorry. Can I do this right? Lots of updates coming. Just trying to get them for you. I'm going to check some Iranian news sources as well. So much to check here. I'm seeing a report that oil prices have gone up. Reuters says oil prices jumped more than $4 a barrel after Israel said it struck Iran. I haven't even checked the latest prices. Yeah, if you check an oil prices chart, they've gone up from about 68.75 to 72.14. Google says crude oil futures are up around over 6%. All right, so much going on here, getting you the latest updates. I would like to get the whole statement from Netanyahu. Oh, hold on. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. Hang on. Oh, I have the statement from Israel. I have the statement from Netanyahu. The rest of it. Netanyahu says the operation will continue as long as is necessary until we complete the mission of repelling the threat of annihilation that hovers over our heads. I salute from the bottom of my heart the commanders of the IDF and its soldiers, the Air Force, the intelligence branch, and the Mossad for the bold planning and the operation, the determined and powerful execution. Netanyahu also says, at the same time, I must tell you, Iran still has significant capabilities to harm us, and so we have prepared for that as well. I ask for the cooperation of all of you, says the Prime Minister, citizens of Israel, close cooperation in the coming hours and days. I ask you to strictly adhere to Homefront Command's instructions. These instructions save lives. Wow, what's going to happen? What is going to happen? How is Iran going to respond to this? Have Iranian officials been killed in these strikes? A number of strikes in Tehran. How will Iran respond? Will they attack the U.S.? Will they attack shipping? Homefront Command says, okay, guys, all right, I have an update from Israel Homefront Command from 20 minutes ago. Okay, I'm going to tell you the update from Israel Homefront Command. Israel Homefront Command says these are for the entire country of Israel. They say, stay in proximity to a protected area. Across the country, stay close to the protected area. Movement in the space should be reduced and crowds avoided. When receiving an alert, you must enter a protected area and remain there until you receive a new message. So Israel Homefront Command is telling, it's like civil defense, they're telling everyone in the country, you need to be near your protected area, avoid crowds, reduce movement, and when you get an alert, you got to go into your protective area.
The IDF began preempting.
Oh, I have a statement. I have a statement here. I have the statement in English from the Israeli military. Statement in English from the Israeli military. I'm going to play it for you right now. IDF spokesman Effie Defrin. Here it is. Here is a statement from the Israeli military in English. So let's listen to this.
For years, the Iranian regime has called for the destruction of the State of Israel, planning and advancing concrete military plans to do so. Over the past few months, intelligence has shown that Iran is closer than ever to obtaining a nuclear weapon. This morning, the IDF began preemptive and precise strikes targeting the Iranian nuclear program in order to prevent the Iranian regime's ability to build a nuclear bomb in the immediate time frame. We have no choice. We are operating against an imminent and existential threat. We cannot allow the Iranian regime to obtain a nuclear weapon that would be a danger to Israel and the entire world. This operation is for our right to exist here, for our future and for our children's future. The State of Israel has the right and the obligation to operate in order to protect its people and will continue to do so. The IDF conducted significant preparations for this operation. We are well prepared both in defense and offense to defend ourselves. The IDF will continue to defend the State of Israel.
There you go. So look, they are attacking the Iranian nuclear program. They're talking about doing it for their children. You know, this is supposed to be a transformative military operation. This is a huge military operation designed to strike the Iranian nuclear program and transform the situation, again, for their descendants. So that gives you a sense of how big this is supposed to be. Reportedly, this could go on for days. How is Iran going to respond to this? Have Iranian officials been killed? I don't know. So we're going to have to see how things develop. And the Secretary of State Rubio for the U.S. says the U.S. was not involved. This comes while all these protests are going on in the U.S. and this whole other thing is happening now, and it's just crazy. But this is. I want to say this has been talked about for decades. Certainly, years and years and years, it has been speculated. Will Israel, or Israel in the U.S. Attack Iran's nuclear program? Well, now they're doing it. Now they are doing it. It is happening. And they have launched the first wave of attacks, and now we have to see how does Iran respond. Unbelievable.
Very short time. It could be.
I have a statement from Prime Minister Netanyahu. Breaking news. We have a statement from Prime Minister Netanyahu in English. We're going to play it for you right now. Before I press play, I do want to thank our... Let me do it this way. Before I press play, I want to thank our moderators who are here, but I am putting this on the screen right now for you. The statement from Prime Minister Netanyahu. There he is. Let me say a quick thanks to our moderators, and then we will listen to his statement. We have moderating Roberts Mayqueen and Beth Mythical, Ruth Krafasi. Sorry if I miss any of you moderators. Also, Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. Over there on Twitch, we have... I got to get rid of this one. Is this the right one? Big Ball of Yarn, David Green, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches on Twitch, and thank you to our Facebook moderators as well. We're about to play you the statement from Prime Minister Netanyahu. I'll interrupt if I am aware of any kind of big developments in the sky or anything like that. Thank you, Paul Anderson, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, our Facebook moderators. Thank you. All right, here is the statement from Prime Minister Netanyahu.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9. In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival. 80 years ago, the Jewish people were the victims of a Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazi regime. Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear Holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime. Now, as Prime Minister, I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight, Israel backs those words with action. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Last year, Iran fired 300 ballistic missiles at Israel. Each of these missiles carries a ton of explosives and threatens the lives of hundreds of people. Soon, those missiles could carry a nuclear payload, threatening the lives not of hundreds, but of millions. Iran is gearing up to produce 10,000 of those ballistic missiles within 3 years. Now just imagine 10,000 tons of TNT landing on a country the size of New Jersey. This is an intolerable threat. It too must be stopped. Iran is now working on what it calls the new plan to destroy Israel. You see, the old plan failed. Iran and its proxies tried to encircle Israel with a ring of fire and to attack us with the horrible attack of October 7th. But the people of Israel, the soldiers of Israel, rose like lions to defend our country. We crushed Hamas, we devastated Hezbollah, we hit Iranian proxies in Syria and Yemen. And when Iran directly attacked us twice last year, we struck back inside Iran itself. Yet in defending ourselves, we also defend others. We defend our Arab neighbors. They too have suffered from Iran's campaign of chaos and carnage. Our actions against Iran's proxy Hezbollah led to the establishment of a new government in Lebanon and the collapse of Assad's murderous regime in Syria. The peoples of those two countries now have a chance for a different future, a better future. So too do the brave people of Iran, and I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you. Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient peoples will flourish once again. I want to assure the civilized world, we will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons. And Iran plans to give those weapons, nuclear weapons, to its terrorist proxies. That would make the nightmare of nuclear terrorism all too real. The increasing range of Iran's ballistic missiles would bring that nuclear nightmare to the cities of Europe and eventually to America. Remember, Iran calls Israel the small Satan. It calls America the great Satan. And this is why for decades it's led millions in the chants of death to Israel and death to America. Today, Israel is responding to those genocidal calls with action and with a call of our own. Long live Israel and long live America. Our action will help make the world a much safer place. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in confronting Iran's nuclear weapons program. He has made clear time and again that Iran cannot have a nuclear enrichment program. Today, it is clear that Iran is just buying for time. It refuses to agree to this basic requirement of peaceful nations. That is why we have no choice but to act, and act now. The hardest decision any leader has to make is to thwart a danger before it is fully materialized. Nearly a century ago, facing the Nazis, a generation of leaders failed to act in time. They were paralyzed by the horrors of World War I. They were determined to avoid war at all costs, and they got the worst war ever. They adopted a policy of appeasement. They closed their eyes and ears to all the warning signs. That failure to act resulted in World War II, the deadliest war in history. It claimed the lives of 60 million, including 6 million Jews, a third of my people. After that war, the Jewish people and the Jewish state vowed, never again. Well, never again is now. Today, Israel has shown that we have learned the lessons of history. When enemies vow to destroy you, believe them. When enemies build weapons of mass death, stop them. As the Bible teaches us, when someone comes to kill you, rise and act first. This is exactly what Israel has done today. We have risen like lions to defend ourselves. Over 3,000 years ago, Moses gave the people of Israel a message that has steeled their resolve ever since. Be strong and courageous, he said. Today, our strong and courageous soldiers and people stand together to defend ourselves against those who seek our destruction. And by defending ourselves, we defend many others, and we roll back a murderous tyranny. Generations from now, history will record that our generation stood its ground, acted in time, and secured our common future. May God bless Israel. May God bless the forces of civilization everywhere. Thank you.
All right, so that was Prime Minister Netanyahu saying that Israel was responding to what it perceives as, I guess you could say, an existential threat to Israel from Iran. Oops, I spelled Haifa wrong. We have another live shot, and they compared the action now to, he said that the world didn't respond to the Nazis early enough, and he compared it to that. Saying that the world appeased Hitler, he was saying. He talked about the threat that he thought that Iran was not only to Israel, but America and Europe and other countries. So, wow. This is, we have a live shot of Haifa, Israel. I actually have one of Jerusalem too. I'm going to put that up there. Are we going to see some kind of Iranian response soon? Will Iran could take a couple days or something, I don't know. Or they could not respond. I'm sure they're going to do some sort of response. So what's the best way? Well, I'm going to get a couple cameras up on the screen, and then, if I have to focus on one of them, I can remove the other ones. But, we should hear, if there's going to be stuff fired at Israel, we should get a heads up, like a rocket alert or missile alert from Israel on that. Let me quickly put the Jerusalem cam up. There's too many, that's not Jerusalem. There's too many cameras. That's Haifa. Maybe I'll put Haifa up here. No, down here? No, put it up here. Then I'll put Jerusalem over here. That's not that. All right, so this is Jerusalem. And then I need Haifa, Israel as well. That didn't work. Let me get one more on the screen. There are reports that Israel may have killed Iranian officials and/or Iranian military leaders in their strikes, which Israel is calling the first wave of those strikes. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. This is a huge, huge, huge deal. It's about as huge as it gets. All right, let me get you some updates here. Let me just get you some more updates. Okay, hang on. Saw an unconfirmed report online of some planes maybe taking off from some Iranian fighter jets taking off. I don't know if that's true. Be careful. There might be videos floating around online, and who knows if they're legit. Breaking news. Breaking news. Breaking news. This is a reliable source. This is from Manny Fabian of Times of Israel. Breaking news. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel says, Israel believes that the chief of Iran's military and senior nuclear scientists were eliminated in IDF's opening strikes on Iran, a defense official says. Again, Israel believes that the chief of Iran's military and senior nuclear scientists, so that would be scientists plus the chief of the Iran military, were eliminated in IDF's opening strikes on Iran, a defense official says. Also, in other news, just so you know, in other news, Kyle Cheney of Politico reports that a federal judge, has ordered President Trump to return control of the National Guard back to California, saying the call-up was illegal. However, the judge has stayed his order until tomorrow, and Kyle Cheney of Politico thinks before then Trump will seek an emergency appeal in the Ninth Circuit and perhaps the Supreme Court. So more to come on that. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Let me check a couple of different things here. There's so many updates and so many things to check. Barak Ravid has the same report as Manny Fabian. He says, well, he say basically the same. Barak Ravid reports chances are increasing that the Iranian general staff, including the Iranian chief of staff, and senior nuclear scientists were killed in the opening blow. Oh, hold on a second. Breaking news. Breaking news from Barak Ravid. Whoa, this is interesting. Breaking news from Barak Ravid, who is an Israeli reporter. He reports, Barak Ravid reports, an Israeli official says, according to Barak Ravid, that alongside extensive strikes by the Israeli Air Force, the Mossad led a series of covert counter-terrorism operations deep inside Iran. These operations were designed to damage Iran's strategic missile array and air defense capabilities. Maybe Israel has damaged some of Iran's capability to strike back at Israel. That I don't know. I got to turn the lights up on this thing. Hold on a second here. Here's this one. This Haifa one's kind of dark. Oh, it's cloudy there, I think. That's the problem. It's cloudy there. So I'm not really doing much good with the brightness. I'll leave it like that. According to Google, crude oil futures are up now 8%. 8%. Yonah Jeremy Bob, who reports for the Jerusalem Post, okay? Yonah Jeremy Bob reports that Mossad has secretly been striking Iranian ballistic missile and air defense sites. Similar report to Barak Ravid. Reuters is also reporting what several others have reported, probably based on the same Israeli source. Reuters' Phil Stewart says, an Israeli security source says the likelihood is increasing that the Iranian general staff, I guess the military leadership, including the chief of staff and senior nuclear scientists, were killed in the opening strike by Israel. The general staff is the most senior military body in Iran, says Wikipedia. Wow, wow, wow. Unbelievable, unbelievable. There are unconfirmed reports that Israel has attacked Iran's Natanz nuclear facility. And what will happen in response to this? It's a new world. It is a new world, guys. I want to check some Iranian sources as well. I saw something about airports. I'll give you an update on that. I got to check from Israeli sources. I'm seeing like rumors about it. Let me check. There's so many things to check. 4:23 a.m. Israel time. Yes, I have this for you. Hold on a second here. Hold on. Where is it? Iran state TV, according to Times of Israel, Iranian state TV says that flights from Iran's main international airport have been suspended. So there's that. I'll show you Flight Radar 24. Pull that up here. Okay, here is Flight Radar 24. Great flight tracker. FlightRadar24.com. So if we go over here to Israel, I mean, it's 4:23, but there's one plane in Israeli airspace. That is a Bluebird Airways plane. Okay. Flying from Tel Aviv to somewhere. Oh, is it even flying? I don't even know if it's flying. Altitude, ground speed 0. No, it is not flying. It is on the ground. Altitude 0, speed 0. So on Flight Radar 24, there's nothing flying over Israel at the moment. And Iran, we have, hold on a second, you can see over here. There's Iran. Not much flying over Iran. Now, again, it's very late at night. There's Tehran right here. It is 4. The time in Iran is 4:55 a.m. Whew, unbelievable. What will happen next? What will happen next? Al Hadath, which is an Arabic language news outlet, they say their sources report a new wave of Israeli attacks on Tehran. That is unconfirmed. I just saw that from Al Hadath. Okay, I just saw it right now. Hold on. Couple things here. Hold on. Yes. This is a reliable source. Reporter Daphne Leal says reports in Iran of another wave of attacks. So we're hearing unconfirmed reports of more attacks in Iran going on. Okay. Al-Hadath, which is a Arabic language news outlet, says they are reporting that Iraq has closed its airspace and suspended flights at all airports. I'm seeing some claims that Israeli airspace is closed, but I have not confirmed that. Now, BNO News said Israel airspace closed until further notice an hour ago, according to radio. We're bringing you live coverage here. Israel has launched a major military operation on Iran's nuclear program. They have conducted strikes in Iran, conducted strikes including in Tehran. They have attacked personnel and sites, and we don't know the specifics of this yet. They say it's going to go on as long as it takes. And one of our viewers mentioned this, well, Jen. Yes. So Hillel Biton, Elint News mentioned that Israeli reporter Hillel Biton Rosen reports that there are another wave of strikes underway. Hillel Biton Rosen reports that Israeli planes have begun another wave of strategic radar strikes. You know, maybe early on Israel is focused on taking out air defenses to give it more freedom of movement later on, which would make sense. Barak Ravid reports, he is with Axios, Israeli reporter from Israel. He says an Israeli defense official said the Iranian military general staff, including the Iranian chief of staff and senior nuclear scientists, were targeted in the Israeli strikes. There is increasing likelihood that they were all eliminated, the official said. Unbelievable. It's striking also because just recently President Trump was still expressing some hope about these talks with Iran. There were supposed to be U.S.-Iran talks on Sunday. There was supposed to be another round of U.S.-Iran talks on Sunday. I'm guessing those won't happen now. I mean, I don't know who in the Iranian leadership might have been killed. Reports of a residential building on fire. I'm going to post a link in the chat to Iran International English posted what is purportedly a video of a residential building that has been damaged in Tehran. No, I don't have any live cameras in Iran. Now, IRNA, which is Iranian state media, they say that about an hour, so right now it's 5:01 a.m. Iran time. They said around 3:20 a.m., about an hour and a half ago, explosions were heard in Tehran. They were also heard in the east of Tehran and the west and center of Tehran. I don't know if it's east of or east in. Anyways, a bunch of explosions were heard in Tehran about an hour and a half ago. There may be new strikes going on right now. Again, there are reports of new airstrikes. John Hudson, who is with the Washington Post, who covers national security for them, reports a U.S. defense official says this Israeli attack, which Israel says will continue over multiple days, will provoke a significant Iranian response that the Israelis will then ask the U.S. to help counter, despite the fact that it just blew up the delicate U.S. diplomatic talks. Okay, the New York Times reports that Iranian state television is showing footage from the Mahalati complex where military commanders live and is showing buildings still on fire and emergency crews still putting out the fire. Also, New York Times says that state television has reported 2 residential buildings has collapsed in Tehran. Wow. Hang on, I'll post this. Hang on. Hang on. I'm checking all sorts of sources here to try to get a better idea of what is happening. Wall Street Journal says Israel's El Al says it has suspended flights to and from Israel. Israeli carrier El Al has suspended flights to and from Israel. Prime Minister Netanyahu said the operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. What will happen next? How is Iran going to respond to this? Will they attack Israel? Will they attack the U.S.? Will they attack shipping? Multiple N12 News Israel now says there are reports of a second wave of attacks in Iran. Breaking news, Ariel Oserin with I-24 News English reports that there are Iranian reports of Israeli airstrikes targeting heavy water facilities in Iraq. Those would be nuclear facilities. It's the Iraq heavy water production plant is a nuclear facility that produces heavy water. And heavy water plays a key part in nuclear fission. So again, recent reports of more strikes going on, I can't confirm that, in Iran. I would be careful of videos. You're going to see a bunch of videos, I'm sure, that don't turn out to be false. So I would be careful of just random videos showing X, Y, or Z on the internet. Al Arabiya, Arabic language news outlet, says Iranian TV confirms targeting of Iranian Revolutionary Guard headquarters in Tehran. That is a primary branch of the armed forces. The IRGC is the most powerful military branch in Iran, the Revolutionary Guard. Let me just show you again if I can find it here. I would like to play you the statement again, the shorter statement. At some point, we'll listen to Netanyahu's statement again. Where is the statement from the... Here it is. Here is the shorter statement from the Israeli military spokesperson, Effie Defrin. I'm going to play this for you right now. It's just about a minute long. For those who haven't been here, just to catch you up. Here is the statement, the Israeli military statement right here.
For years, the Iranian regime has called for the destruction of the State of Israel, planning and advancing concrete military plans to do so. Over the past few months, intelligence has shown that Iran is closer than ever to obtaining a nuclear weapon. This morning, the IDF began preemptive and precise strikes targeting the Iranian nuclear program in order to prevent the Iranian regime's ability to build a nuclear bomb in the immediate time frame. We have no choice. We are operating against an imminent and existential threat. We cannot allow the Iranian regime to obtain a nuclear weapon that would be a danger to Israel and the entire world. This operation is for our right to exist here, for our future and for our children's future. The State of Israel has the right and the obligation to operate in order to protect its people and will continue to do so. The IDF conducted significant preparations for this operation. We are well prepared both in defense and offense to defend ourselves. The IDF will continue to defend the State of Israel.
That was an IDF statement. Oops, hold on. No, get that off. It is 4:41 Israel time, 5:11 Iran time. What is happening? What is going to happen next? I do not know. Is there a second wave of attacks going on in Iran? That I don't know. The U.S. says it was not involved in these strikes. Israel calls this a preemptive strike to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon, to prevent Iran from threatening it. We are looking at some videos in Israel. What will happen next? What will happen next? This is a huge, huge development. Where is this all going? You know, if Israel has taken out the leadership of the Iranian military, which some reports suggest they have, that could certainly slow a response to Israel. There's reporting that Israel has also launched counter-terrorism raids deep in Iran to target Iranian missile sites. So maybe they're targeting, I mean, you would think that Israel might do that Israel knows how Iran might respond and might try to take out some of the equipment and sites that would respond to Israel. So I don't know what kind of shape Iran is to respond and how that's going to work and how long that could take. Maybe it'll be 4 days from now. Or longer. 50 Shades of Mahomes says, any worry about potential nuclear fallout in Iran? Perfectly good question. I can't speak to whether any of that might be happening. It's a great question. I would assume maybe international monitoring organizations could figure that out eventually, detect it, but I haven't heard anything about that at this point. But it's a very good question. You can see the sky is starting to get brighter. Wow, 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 wow. Unbelievable. It really changes everything. This is really going to change. I mean, again, who knows how Iran is going to respond, not just today, but in the long term to this. Breaking news. AP says Iranian state television says head of Iran's paramilitary Revolutionary Guard is feared dead after Israeli attack. Okay? That is from Associated Press. The Revolutionary Guard is the most powerful branch in the Iranian military. AP is reporting that Iranian state television says the head of Iran's Revolutionary Guard is feared dead after Israel's attack. AP says Israel attacked Iran's capital early Friday with explosions booming across Tehran. An Israeli military official said the Israeli Air Force targeted Iranian nuclear and military sites. The attack comes as tensions have reached new heights over Tehran's rapidly advancing nuclear program. The Board of Governors at the International Atomic Energy Agency, for the first time in 20 years, on Thursday, censured Iran over it not working with its inspectors. Iran then immediately announced it would establish a third enrichment site in the country and swap out some centrifuges for more advanced ones. Israel, for years, has warned it will not allow Iran to build a nuclear weapon, something Tehran insists it doesn't want. but officials there have repeatedly warned it could. Also, AP reports that the headquarters of Iran's Revolutionary Guard is ablaze. An Israeli attack on Iran has set the headquarters of Iran's Revolutionary Guard ablaze, state television reported Friday. A reporter on air said he was unable to get closer due to the intensity of the fire. Wow. Multiple sites in the capital of Tehran have been hit in the attack. Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu said Israel targeted both sites of and officials leading Iran's nuclear program and its ballistic missile arsenal. Prime Minister Netanyahu said Israel targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz and the country's ballistic missile program, as well as top nuclear scientists and officials, says AP. He said Iran was working on a new plan to destroy Israel after its old plan, a circle of proxies, failed. He called it an intolerable threat that must be stopped. Meanwhile, U.S. Senator Jack Reed, the top Democrat on the Senate Armed Services Committee, called the Israeli strike a reckless escalation that risks igniting regional violence. Unbelievable. Phil Stewart of Reuters, so again, Reuters is reporting the same thing AP is reporting. Reuters and AP both report that the head of the Revolutionary Guard's Chief Salami, has been killed. Wow. The Revolutionary Guard is the most powerful branch of the Iranian military, and Iran is confirming now that the head of it has been killed. Wow. Al Jazeera reports that Iranian TV is saying there are unconfirmed reports that the commander of the Khatam al-Anbiya headquarters of the armed forces, Major General Gholam Ali, has also been killed. Wow. Give me a moment here. Where is this thing? He is General Salami, who apparently Iran is saying was killed, the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Guard, the most powerful branch of the Iranian military, one of the most powerful military figures in Iran. Wow, he has been killed, says Iranian TV. Unbelievable. The Washington Post says they talked to a man, Mohammed, who lives in East Tehran, who said he heard a plane fly by overnight, and he saw what were 10 to 12 explosions in the area. He said he heard the sound of planes for about an hour after that. Here is a picture of Hossein Salami, the commander-in-chief of the Revolutionary Guard. That's from Wikipedia, and reportedly he has been killed. Oh, also breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. This is from the New York Times' Farnaz Fasihi. She reports that Iran State TV also says the deputy commander-in-chief of all the armed forces, General Gholam Ali Rashid, has been killed as well, and nuclear scientist Fareydun Abbasi. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yes, Tasnim News Agency, a state news agency, says that the Major General Hossein Salami, chief of the Revolutionary Guard, was killed in the attack on the headquarters of the commander-in-chief of the IRG. I guess they attacked his headquarters. Here is a statement. Oh, hold on a second. Hold on. I lost my sound. Crap. That's not annoying. I have to get my sound back. Well, I'm going to put it like this, I think. Let me just... I got to get my sound back here. Why is this happening? Behaving all strange. I need to get my headphones working again. Give me one moment here. Give me one moment. Let me turn my headphones back on. We might pause for a second while I do this. Okay, I can hear again. I can hear again. I am checking Israeli sources. I am checking Iranian sources. Okay, breaking news, breaking news, breaking news. Al-Mayadeen, which is an Arabic language news outlet. Where are they located? Al-Mayadeen. In Lebanon. They say their correspondent says a new wave of Israeli strikes on the city of Tabriz. Al-Mayadeen reports says their correspondent reports a new wave of strikes on the city of Tabriz. Pull up a map and show you where that is. Tabriz, Iran. They just posted that, Al Mayadeen news outlet, which is a Lebanese news outlet. They just said their correspondent 2 minutes ago reports a new wave of Israeli strikes on the city of Tabriz in Iran. I'm looking up if Tabriz has nuclear facilities. Yes, there are nuclear facilities near Tabriz, Iran. There is an atomic energy research center, I'm seeing online, located south of Tabriz. I don't know if that's what they're attacking. Let me show you where Tabriz is. Tabriz is in northwestern Iran. There's Tabriz right there on Google Maps, northwestern Iran. So unconfirmed reports of more strikes going on. Breaking news. Breaking news from Tasnim Media, which is state media, I think. Yes, state media, Tasnim news agency. They report in Iran, nuclear scientists Mohammed Mehdi Tehranchi and Fereydun Abbasi were killed in the attacks by Israel. They just announced that. Tasnim News. So multiple Iranian nuclear scientists confirmed killed. The head of the Revolutionary Guard, the most powerful military force in Iran, confirmed killed. That's Commander Salami, Hossein Salami. He is dead. And who knows how many other prominent Iranians are dead. Seems like they didn't know this was coming if all these people got killed. I'm constantly checking Iranian state media. Mehr News Agency, which is another Iranian state news agency, they say Mehr News Agency also says that the chief of the Revolutionary Guard, Salami, was killed. Ooh, what did they post here? Hold on. I'm just checking a couple things out. I will post stuff. I don't have. As daylight comes in Iran, there's a number of pictures and videos emerging of damaged buildings in the capital, Tehran, from Israeli strikes. Looks like Israel carried out some targeted assassinations, in addition to attacking nuclear facilities and other military facilities. Fars News Agency reports that fire is burning near the Islamic Revolutionary, the Revolutionary Guard headquarters, and there is smoke in the area. Wow. Crazy, crazy, crazy. What is going to happen next? Oh, this is, I have ISNA. This is state news. Hold on. I have another picture for you. ISNA. News. There is an Iranian news source, ISNA, Iranian Students News Agency, and they just posted, I'm going to post a link to it in the chat. They posted a video. Of a building on fire in Tehran. I'm posting the link right now in the chat. They say it's the Sarv Teachers Complex in the Sadat Abab area after several explosions. And part of the building is destroyed. But the other part's okay. Looks like it may have been a targeted strike. How will the rest of the Middle East react to this? Breaking news. So I think we mentioned this before, but I have a little more detail on it. Yes. One of the scientists that was killed, the nuclear scientist, was Feridun Abbasi. That's been confirmed by Iranian state media. N12 News Israel says Feridun Abbasi is the former head of the nuclear program. In 2010, he survived an assassination attempt when a motorcyclist attached a bomb to the side of his vehicle. So he's the former head of the nuclear program. Barak Ravid reports, President Trump will convene the National Security Council in the White House Situation Room tomorrow at 11 a.m. Washington time to discuss the Israeli attack on Iran, the White House announced. Yes, the president attends a National Security Council meeting, 11 a.m., the Situation Room. That's on the president's schedule for tomorrow. That's the only item on his schedule right now. Wow. Faytux News, who I follow, I was talking about this. He said that there's been no immediate Iranian reaction against Israel so far. He says it might be because the chief of staff, the IRGC leader, and other high-ranking officials have all been killed. Yeah, and he says it must be utter chaos in Iran's chain of military command. Yeah, I mean, I was saying that before, it's possible that any sort of Iranian response could be delayed by the fact that looks like a significant number of Iranian military leaders have been killed, including the head of the Revolutionary Guard. Also, reportedly, Israel has struck missile sites and other military sites in Israel, in Iran, and maybe Israel has taken out sites or equipment that Iran would normally use to respond to Israel. I haven't heard that I haven't heard anything about the supreme leader being under attack. Phil Stewart of Reuters reports Iran State TV says Israel hit the Natanz nuclear site. Okay, so Iranian State TV is saying that Israel has hit the Natanz nuclear site. That is an important part of the Iranian nuclear program. It has an enrichment, uranium enrichment center in it. Wow. All right, what I'm going to do right now, real quick, because I know a bunch of people are just tuning in and weren't here at the beginning, I want to play you what Prime Minister Netanyahu had to say about this attack. He talked about the attack, what it involves, what the goals are, why they did it. So I'm going to play this statement again from Prime Minister Netanyahu. We're going to hear from him. Okay, here is the statement from, I'm going to put him over here. Here's the statement from Prime Minister Netanyahu coming up right now.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9. In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival. 80 years ago, the Jewish people were the victims of a Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazi regime. Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear Holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime. Now, as Prime Minister, I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight, Israel backs those words with action. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Last year, Iran fired 300 ballistic missiles at Israel. Each of these missiles carries a ton of explosives and threatens the lives of hundreds of people. Soon, those missiles could carry a nuclear payload, threatening the lives not of hundreds, but of millions. Iran is gearing up to produce 10,000 of those ballistic missiles within 3 years. Now just imagine 10,000 tons of TNT landing on a country the size of New Jersey. This is an intolerable threat. It too must be stopped. Iran is now working on what it calls the new plan to destroy Israel. You see, the old plan failed. Iran and its proxies tried to encircle Israel with a ring of fire and to attack us with the horrible attack of October 7th. But the people of Israel, the soldiers of Israel, rose like lions to defend our country. We crushed Hamas, we devastated Hezbollah, we hit Iranian proxies in Syria and Yemen. And when Iran directly attacked us twice last year, we struck back inside Iran itself. Yet in defending ourselves, we also defend others. We defend our Arab neighbors. They too have suffered from Iran's campaign of chaos and carnage. Our actions against Iran's proxy Hezbollah led to the establishment of a new government in Lebanon and the collapse of Assad's murderous regime in Syria. The peoples of those two countries now have a chance for a different future, a better future. So too do the brave people of Iran, and I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you. Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient peoples will flourish once again. I want to assure the civilized world, we will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons. And Iran plans to give those weapons, nuclear weapons, to its terrorist proxies. That would make the nightmare of nuclear terrorism all too real. The increasing range of Iran's ballistic missiles would bring that nuclear nightmare to the cities of Europe and eventually to America. Remember, Iran calls Israel the small Satan. It calls America the great Satan. And this is why for decades it's led millions in the chants of death to Israel and death to America. Today, Israel is responding to those genocidal calls with action and with a call of our own. Long live Israel and long live America. Our action will help make the world a much safer place. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in confronting Iran's nuclear weapons program. He has made clear time and again that Iran cannot have a nuclear enrichment program. Today, it is clear that Iran is just buying for time. It refuses to agree to this basic requirement of peaceful nations. That is why we have no choice but to act, and act now. The hardest decision any leader has to make is to thwart a danger before it is fully materialized. Nearly a century ago, facing the Nazis, a generation of leaders failed to act in time. They were paralyzed by the horrors of World War I. They were determined to avoid war at all costs, and they got the worst war ever. They adopted a policy of appeasement. They closed their eyes and ears to all the warning signs. That failure to act resulted in World War II, the deadliest war in history. It claimed the lives of 60 million, including 6 million Jews, a third of my people. After that war, the Jewish people and the Jewish state vowed, never again. Well, never again is now. Today, Israel has shown that we have learned the lessons of history. When enemies vow to destroy you, believe them. When enemies build weapons of mass death, stop them. As the Bible teaches us, when someone comes to kill you, rise and act first. This is exactly what Israel has done today. We have risen like lions to defend ourselves. Over 3,000 years ago, Moses gave the people of Israel a message that has steeled their resolve ever since. Be strong and courageous, he said. Today, our strong and courageous soldiers and people stand together to defend ourselves against those who seek our destruction. And by defending ourselves, we defend many others, and we roll back a murderous tyranny. Generations from now, history will record that our generation stood its ground, acted in time, and secured our common future. May God bless Israel. May God bless the forces of civilization everywhere. Thank you.
Okay, that was Prime Minister Netanyahu announcing that Israel has launched a military operation against Iran's nuclear program. He says it will go on for as long as it takes. We are bringing you live breaking news coverage here. Want to shout out our moderators real quick. Thank you so much, Ruth Krafasi and Roberts Mayqueen, for moderating over there on YouTube and on Twitch. Bastion Girl, David Green, LB Praridon, Mark and NC, McBritches, Sarah, and Tariag on Facebook. Thank you to our moderators over there. Kay Lowry, Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson moderate for us over there. And also Linda Belk, Larry, and Misha on X. And a couple quick thank yous here. And we're going to give you some more updates right now. But a couple quick thank yous. Where is this thing here? Hold on a second here. Thank you to Unavoidable Truth, Mr. Ray Romantico, the Vladinator, Muzikatijid, PZ Papa Zulu, Jeremiah 777, Zulu Vaughn, Brad Larkin, The Locomai Life, Urban Interface Living, Cynthia Moon. Let's see, trying to just catch up on thank yous. Lily Palmer, Saturn Z's, Priority One, Jen T, and Mark Causey, and sorry, I'm not going to be able to get them all right now. I'm just catching up on some of them. Jean Paul LeChance, Song Channel of Songs, Omega 2, Jojo 77JLD, actually Dan Williams C, Benny Hill, Lorenzo, and JD63. That's very kind of you, JD63, and all of our other supporters. I'll do some more thank yous soon. Little Lamb on Twitch, and Vampire Anarchy, Anaconda 3420, and A2TH3VI, and others. So more thank yous to come, but thank you for your support. And we are, let me get you the latest updates here. Hang on a moment. So we just saw what Prime Minister Netanyahu had to say. It has okay, hold on. There have been reports that Israel is conducting another wave of attacks. Has the Israeli military confirmed that yet? Let me see if I can figure that out. Has the military confirmed another wave of attacks? I haven't seen confirmation of it, but there have been numerous reports that a second wave of attacks was happening by Israel. Hang on here. Flights at Mehrabad Airport in Iran have been suspended. And there will soon be an announcement regarding domestic flights and I think foreign flights. So a statement on Iranian aviation will be coming shortly. That's from Iranian state media. So we have already seen reported that flights at Khamenei Airport, the main international airport, and Tehran were suspended. And now Mehrabad Airport, which is also in Tehran, that flight, Mehrabad International Airport in Tehran, has suspended flights. And a statement is soon coming about the aviation in Iran, according to Iranian state media. As we've been reporting, Iran confirms the death of Major General Hossein Salami, the head of the Revolutionary Guard, the most powerful military body in Iran. Iran also confirms the death of nuclear scientists Mohammad Mehdi Tehranchi and Fareydun Abbasi. They were both killed in Israeli attacks, according to Iranian state media. Another report, another scientist is this Mer News Agency? Yes, Iranian state media. The Iranian state media Mehr news agency reports Dr. Abdul Hamid Manoucher, a faculty member and dean of the Faculty of Nuclear Engineering at Shahid Beneshti University, was murdered in the Israeli attack. So, also, Mehr news agency is reporting smoke is seen in areas around Tabriz. So we had heard reporting about attacks on Tabriz, new attacks. Al-Mayadeen said there were new attacks going on in Tabriz. Iranian state media is posting a video of smoke seen in areas around Tabriz. Okay? I'm going to post that on my X account. You can see it there. So they just reported that. That's Iranian state media reporting that now. Wow. There's a lot going on right now. Oh, I have another report to you. From IRNA. Where is this here? I'm looking to try to find it. I can't confirm that report. Bringing you the latest updates here. That's what we're trying to do, just keep you updated on all the latest updates. Army fighter jets are patrolling over Tehran, according to Iranian state news. Fars news agency. Iranian state media reports that Army fighter jets patrol over Tehran, and they have a video of a fighter jet. Is that really happening? That's what state media says. Wow. I'm looking at a video right now from Press TV, which is Iranian state media, of a residential building in Tehran which has a huge amount of damage. A number of residential buildings attacked in Tehran in the first wave of strikes. I'll post some pictures in the chat for you from Iranian media. Thanks, by the way, to Ladina Mita. Ladina Mita, thank you. Faytuk's News mentioned that IDF radio in Israel is reporting that a senior advisor to the supreme leader, Ali Shamkhani, has been targeted tonight. His condition is unclear. Oh, hold on a second here. Another update. Breaking news, The State Department says, this is from the U.S. State Department. The U.S. State Department says, as a result of the current security situation, the U.S. Embassy in Israel, yes, the U.S. Embassy in Israel has directed all U.S. government employees and their family members to shelter in place until further notice. This is provided for your information as you make your own security plans. So again, as a result of the current security situation, the U.S. Embassy in Israel has directed all U.S. government employees and their family members to shelter in place until further notice. That's from 19 minutes ago. Oh, also, where is this here? Yes, so Faytux News mentioned that the New York Times is reporting that one of Israel's biggest medical centers, Ichilov Hospital, has opened an emergency underground hospital and has begun transferring departments to the underground location, according to the hospital. It is 5:29 a.m. Israel time, almost 6 a.m., just about 6 a.m. Iran time. Wow, Israel has begun a military campaign against Iran's nuclear program, has carried out at least one, maybe multiple waves of strikes, has killed a number of Iranian higher-ups, including the head of the Revolutionary Guard in Iran and a number of nuclear scientists, has struck Iran's main enrichment facility at Natanz and other nuclear sites, and Prime Minister Netanyahu says this will go on for as long as it takes. Oh, Iran is closing its airspace until further notice. Breaking news. This is from Ariel Oserin of I-24 News English. He says Iran's civil aviation organization announces a nationwide closure of its airspace. I believe there's maybe more. Is there new strikes going on? Hold on. ISNA, Iranian Student News Agency, reports that another explosion has just occurred in Natanz 1 minute ago. It's an Iranian news outlet, ISNA. They say another explosion has just occurred in Natanz, and they have a picture of it. And again, this is in Iran. This is a recognized, well-recognized Iranian news agency that's reporting this. I just posted a link in the chat. I am posting links on I am posting photos and videos that I don't have the rights to. I can't show them here, but I'm posting them on my X account, @Lookner on X. I have a post linked, pinned at the top of the chat. You can go to my X account, and I'm just posting these. I'm telling you about them, but I'm posting them on my X account so you can see them as we go. But again, ISNA, which is Iranian student news agency, has a photo of a lot of smoke, a big area of black smoke, and they say another explosion has just occurred at the Natanz nuclear facility. Wow. And it's even being reported by, yes, Iranian state, Russia state media says Iran state TV says there has been another explosion at Iran's nuclear facility in Natanz. That is the chief enrichment, the main uranium enrichment facility. And is this being reported? Hold on a second here. Okay, Iranian state TV says that Natanz, the Natanz enrichment facility, has been hit several times and heavy smoke is coming from the site. That is via Times of Israel. Also, Fars news agency is reporting another military official has been killed. Fars News is state media in Iran. Gholam Ali Rashid has been killed. There he is on Wikipedia. Major General Gholam Ali Rashid, the commander of the Khatam al-Abiya Central Headquarters, which is the Unified Combatant Command Headquarters of the Iranian Armed Forces. They plan and coordinate joint military operations with the Iranian forces, within Iranian forces. So that is a very, he's a very high military official. Gholam Ali Rashid has now been confirmed killed by Iranian state media. Wow. Breaking news. A spokesman for the Iranian armed forces says Israel and America will pay a very heavy price. Iran will give a heavy response to the Israeli regime. I'm going to post this right now. I'm going to read this again. So, Iranian state media is reporting, Fars news agency, they say that a spokesperson for the Armed Forces General Staff says the Israeli enemy and America will pay a very heavy price. Iran will give a heavy response to the Zionist regime. So again, the military in Iran is vowing a heavy response to Israel and America. Where is this thing here? Doron Kadosh of IDF Radio reports an Israeli official says one of the targets of the strike was Ali Shamkhani, the head of the Iranian nuclear program and a senior advisor to Supreme Leader Khamenei. It's unclear whether he has been killed. The current head of the nuclear program. Oh, a video from Tabriz. A video in Tabriz of it. What is this? It's smoke. Something's on fire there. I will repost the link I will repost it on my X account from Roy Case, who's Israeli reporter. I'll post the link in the chat too. Multiple reports of Tabriz being hit. Again, minutes ago, reporting from Iranian media that the main enrichment facility in Natanz was hit again. Update. Farnaz Fasihi of the New York Times reports that a spokesman for the Iranian armed forces says Israel and the U.S. will receive a forceful slap and Iran's armed forces will be retaliating in force soon with counterstrikes. He said a retaliation attack is definite, God willing. I mean, at a certain point, this is, you ask how Iran, now I don't know what Iran's response capability is, but Iran, whatever leadership is left in Iran, very well might consider this an existential threat to the Iranian state. They might feel it's a threat to their leadership and the threat of the state as the state currently exists. So, I mean, they've taken out military leaders, nuclear scientists, taking out nuclear facilities, various other military targets. So, I don't know at this point that Iran would hold much back. I also don't know how much capability they have after the attacks by Israel on it in October and now today. I mean, I'm sure Israel has thought through what Iran might do in return. But this is about as serious as it gets for Iran. At the same time, I mean, I can't imagine Iran is totally surprised. They would have to have known that this could happen. It seems like maybe they were surprised by the timing because a number of these leaders got killed. But I would have to think Iran has discussed this scenario amongst themselves. Oh, this is interesting. Hold on a second here. Hang on a moment. Al Mayadeen reports that a spokesperson for the Iranian General Staff says Israeli aggression targeted residential areas and our inevitable response will be proportionate. I mean, it is pretty clear that Israel did some strikes on residential areas in Tehran, maybe targeted assassinations, it looked like. So will Iran strike residential areas or try to? So again, Iran is promising a strong response. We'll have to see what happens. The camera's moving. The camera is moving a bit. The Tel Aviv camera. Let me just show you. Somebody asked to see a map. There's a map. So Israel is here. Iran is here. Get this thing off. Here's Israel. Here's Iran. Will Iran target shipping in the Persian Gulf, in the Strait of Hormuz? Here, very strategic waterway where shipping from the Persian Gulf goes out into the Gulf of Oman. You know, the Houthis in Yemen could do things on Iran's behalf. Iran has proxy groups in Iraq. Oops, sorry. A quick thank you to Jay Ford, Allie B from Tennessee, Calvin Aubrey, Gregory Prim, thank you. Bean Juice Bond, Heavenly Intervention, Steve Wagoner, Lucas Malik, Alex Glantz, Nabil Abuaki, Tex-Mex, Joey, Susan Mann, Billy Smith, Raid Ake, Jasper Axelrod, trying to thank a few more people, Walter L. Walters, Eliza Jane, Alexei Miagov, ZB, KS, Unavoidable Truth. How might the U.S. be drawn in? Iran has resolved to attack the U.S. Thank you, Aryan Soldost, and the Vladinator, Zulul Van, Millennial Diligence, Robert Womack, Kratos Smith, Tipster Dave, Neon, Actually Dan, B. Swade, Eric. Thank you. Also, Real Ricky Stinks. Thank you, Real Ricky Stinks over on Twitch. Larry Picklejar, Vampire Anarchy, Little Lamb, Oxytropus, Big Dog Gaming, Seka Lori, Nummy Mummy, Moogafug. Thanks for your support over there on Twitch. Oops, sorry. I should move this. It's weird. Maybe over here? I have three things on the screen right now, so we'll just keep... Oops, I got to move this, though. If there's going to be, like, you know, drones or missiles launched at Israel, you know, there'll be some kind of rocket alert. That could happen soon. It could happen in days. It could happen in weeks. I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. How is this going to affect the economy? Price of oil has been going up. Oil is up 12.71%. Wow. Oil, according to the chart I'm looking at, oil has gone up from about it's gone up about $8 a barrel to over $76 a barrel since this was reported in the last couple hours. Oil is up 12%. Oh, I have some pictures I can show you. Hold on a second here. I got pictures. I have a few pictures. Let me show you a few pictures. Hang on a moment. One moment, please. Okay, here are some photos. Let me see what these photos are of, first of all. We got Tehran. Then we have a picture of, Hossein Salami and Tehran. Okay, this is from this article on Reuters article. Israel strikes Iran nuclear facilities, missile factories. So, okay, that is Hossein Salami, who has been killed, the head of the Revolutionary Guards, the most powerful military force in Iran. He has been killed. Look at this. That is damage from it looks like a residential building in Tehran. Look at this picture. That is a residential building in Tehran. That looks like one of those targeted strikes. That's from Reuters. That's also a picture from Tehran. There is another picture. Look at this building. Is that the same building or a different one? Oh, I think it's the same building. Same building, different angle. Reuters says Israel said it had targeted Iran's nuclear facilities, ballistic missile factories, and military commanders on Friday at the start of what it warned would be a prolonged operation to prevent Tehran from building an atomic weapon. Iranian media and witnesses reported explosions, including at the country's main uranium enrichment facility at Natanz, while Israel declared a state of emergency in anticipation of retaliatory missile and drone strikes. Iranian state TV reported that Hossein Salami, the chief of the elite Revolutionary Guards Corps, had been killed and the unit's headquarters in Tehran had been hit. Several children had been killed on a strike in a residential area in the capital, it said. Prime Minister Netanyahu said moments ago Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for many days, as many days as it takes to remove this threat. Israel targeted Iranian scientists working on a nuclear bomb, its ballistic missile program, and its Natanz uranium enrichment facility in an operation that would continue for days, said Netanyahu. An Israeli military official said Israel was striking dozens of nuclear and military targets, including the facility at Natanz in central Iran. The official claimed that Iran had enough material to make 15 nuclear bombs within days. Alongside extensive airstrikes, Israel's Mossad spy agency led a series of covert sabotage operations inside Iran, Axios reported, citing a senior Israeli official. These operations were aimed at damaging Iran's strategic missile sites and its air defense capabilities. Israel's Tel Aviv Ben Gurion Airport was closed until further notice. Israel's air defense units are at high alert. Secretary of State Marco Rubio of the U.S. claimed that the U.S. was not involved. He also said, "Let me be clear, Iran should not target U.S. interests or personnel." U.S. and Iranian officials were scheduled to hold a sixth round of talks on Tehran's escalating uranium enrichment program in Oman on Sunday, according to officials from both countries and their Omani mediators. I don't think those talks are going to happen now. A U.S. official told Reuters the U.S. military is planning for the full range of contingencies in the Middle East, including the possibility that it might have to help evacuate American civilians. That's from Reuters. Wow. Crude oil futures are up 13.54% today. That's the latest I just saw. 13.5%. Yes, WTI crude is up over 13%. Brent crude, I think West Texas and Brent are the two benchmarks. West Texas crude is up over 13%. Brent crude is up almost 13%. Oh, Joe Truzman says there are reports of renewed Israeli airstrikes in Tehran. Is that true? That's what Joe says. He's a Middle East expert. Let me see if I see any other reports of that myself. Okay, breaking news. Yes, breaking news. Al Mayadeen says air defenses have been activated in the capital, Tehran, to confront a new aggression now. That was from 3 minutes ago. So there are reports of new strikes now in Tehran. Breaking news. Al Jazeera says drones fly. Al Jazeera says new explosions in Tehran and drones flying west of Tehran. From Al Jazeera. New reporting here. New explosions in Tehran. Drones flying west of Tehran. Air defense is activated, they say. So Al Jazeera just reported that in the last 3 minutes. Breaking news. New strikes reported in Tehran. I don't have any live streams from Tehran, from Iran. Oh, Israeli media, Israeli media is now report, as Michael Horowitz says, GLZ radio, which is GLZ radio is Israeli Armed Forces radio, is now reporting the Air Force has launched another wave of attacks against Iran. That is going on now, apparently. And Al Jazeera says there are explosions heard in Iran, there are drones flying west of Iran, and air defense is active in Tehran. I mean, there are explosions heard in Tehran, air defense is active in Tehran, and there are drones flying west of Tehran. That's all from Al Jazeera. Iranian airspace is closed. Breaking news, Iranian airspace is closed. This is from Iran's Iranian state media. Iranian airspace has now been closed until further notice. Breaking news. Oh, New report from Iranian state media. Explosions heard in Kurdistan province in Sanandaj. Where is this at? Let me get the map up. Sanandaj. Yes, right here. Here it is. Look, that is Sanandaj, a city in Kurdistan province of Iran. That's northwestern Iran. Iranian state media Mehr news agency says for minutes the sounds of explosions could be heard in Kurdistan province, especially the city of Sanandaj. Those sounds have now stopped. Minutes of explosions, of terrifying explosions, heard in Sanandaj, Iran. That's where the red marker is, right there. That's coming from Iranian state media. They just posted that. Minutes of terrifying explosions heard in Kurdistan province in Iran, especially in the city of Sanandaj. Hang on a moment here. They just posted that. They posted it 2 minutes ago. Wow. Breaking news. Message from the Supreme Leader. Message from the Supreme Leader, Khamenei. I have it right now. Iran's Supreme Leader releases message. Here it is. I'm going to read it to you right now. Breaking news. This is the message posted on Iranian state media by Iran's Supreme Leader. I'll put it on the screen. That's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put it on the screen for you. Here it is. Oops. Here is Supreme Leader Khamenei's message right now. Following the Israeli regime's crime against our beloved country this morning, Ayatollah Khamenei, the supreme leader of the Islamic Revolution, issued a message to the great nation of Iran. The text is as follows. In the name of Allah, the merciful, the great nation of Iran, the Zionist regime at dawn today opened its dirty and bloody hand to a crime in our beloved country and revealed its evil nature more than ever. By striking residential centers, the regime must expect severe punishment. The powerful hand of the Islamic regime's armed forces will not abandon him, God willing. Several commanders and scientists were killed in the enemy attacks. Their successors and colleagues will immediately resume their duties, God willing. With this crime, the Zionist regime prepared for itself a bitter and painful fate, and it will definitely receive it. That is from Supreme Leader Ali Khamenei. That's the first statement I've seen for him. It was just released. Wow. Oopsie. Now you have a thing in the... here we go. He did admit that several commanders and scientists were killed in the attacks. What will be the response in other Middle Eastern countries? I do not know. Oh, breaking news. Who is reporting this? Let me make sure of the source here. You know, I want to confirm that. It's not huge, but it's interesting. Oh, here it is. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Amit Segal, Israeli N12 News' Amit Segal reports that an Israeli official says the operation will last at least 2 weeks. He is with political commentator with N12. He says that an Israeli official says the operation will last at least 2 weeks. We'll see if that's true. The New York Times reports, Farnaz Fasihi of the New York Times reports that Ali Shamkhani has been severely injured by an Israeli strike. He is hospitalized. He is the head, he's spearheading the Nuclear Talks Committee and is a former secretary of the National Security Council. But he's the leading Nuclear Talks Committee member appointed by the Supreme Leader. If you missed it, the head of the Revolutionary Guard, the most powerful group in the Iranian army, was killed. A number of nuclear scientists have been killed. Other military officials have been killed, like Gholam Ali Rashid, a very high-ranking military leader, the head of the Khatam al-Anbiya headquarters of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps. He has been killed. Thank you, by the way, to Karen Larson. Thank you also Yaldabath, PZ Papa Zulu, PC Warren, Mr. Blanksalot, Boutissimo, Marvin Elder, Stephen Innocencio, Marcus Jansen, Keith Lewis, AN, Bebop and Rocksteady, Vladinator, Krish. Thank you. This, the ramifications of this could be going on for a long time. But, again, this operation could take weeks, days or weeks. Are there sirens? I'm not seeing anything from Israel about sirens. I'm looking at all these Israeli sources. Why are people saying there are sirens? I'm looking at all these Israeli sources right now. No one's mentioning sirens. I don't know why some people are claiming sirens in the chat. The IDF just released a statement. Part of what it said is that the Iranian regime has been working for decades to obtain a nuclear weapon. The world has attempted every possible diplomatic path to stop it, but the regime has refused to stop. The IDF says they are revealing for the first time that the Iranian regime is advancing a secret plan for the technological advancement of all parts of the development of a nuclear weapon. They say senior nuclear scientists in Iran, have been working to secretly develop all these components needed for developing a nuclear weapon. The IDF claims that in recent months, the program has accelerated significantly, bringing the regime significantly closer to obtaining a nuclear weapon. They say the state of Israel has been left with no choice. The IDF has the obligation to act in defense of the civilians of Israel and will continue to do so. Update from Iranian state media. Explosions heard in Avaz, Iran. Breaking news. Explosions heard in Avaz, Iran. 3 explosions. That is here in southwestern Iran, over here, where my pointer is. Avaz. That is coming from Iranian state media. Minutes ago, they say. Avaz, Iran. 3 explosions. They just posted that now, and they said it was minutes ago. Also, they had reported a short while ago that loud explosions were heard in Kurdistan province, Iran, including the city of Sanandaj. Iranian state media is saying that Iranian TV is reporting 5 civilians killed and 20 others injured in Israeli aggression on the Narmak area east of Tehran. I cannot confirm that report. Strikes continue to be carried out. We're hearing about new strikes every few minutes, it seems like. No response yet from Iran in terms of launching anything. Itay Blumenthal, who's with Channel 11 Israel, says, contrary to WhatsApp groups, there are currently no launches toward Israel. Breaking news, N12 Israel says Israeli official preparing for response in the next 2 hours. Again, N12 News Israel says an Israeli official tells them they are preparing for response in the next 2 hours. Will it happen in the next 2 hours? I have no idea. There could be multiple Iranian responses. There could be a response in the next 2 hours and then a response later. I have no idea. We will bring you the latest updates here. It is 11:17 where I am. It is 6:17 in Israel. It is a.m. It is 6:47 a.m. in Iran. Where is this all going? This is just huge, huge, huge news, guys. Huge news. Israel has begun a military campaign against Iranian nuclear facilities. How much damage have they done so far? I don't know. Oh, is this new or not? Hold on. Olga Scootercaster, who is a journalist in New York, this is an unrelated story. She reports that 9 detainees have escaped from Newark ICE facility, the Delaney Hall detention facility. She said multiple detainees reportedly rioted and took control of the building. The facility was evacuated. Then authorities regained control. Authorities believe 9 detainees escaped on foot. I'll have to keep an eye on that. This is, I would have to imagine this is going to have huge, huge implications. Could this put the leadership of Iran at risk, the regime at risk? I don't know. Oh, I would like to pull up a map here if I can find one. Hold on a second here. Let me read you a little update here. The Washington Post says Israel launched military strikes on Iran early Friday, potentially plunging the Middle East into a new round of violence and signaling the likely end for now of President Trump's hopes for a negotiated peace deal to halt Tehran's nuclear development. Prime Minister Netanyahu of Israel said this operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove what he called a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival. He claimed that Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be a few months. He said that Israel had struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment and nuclear weaponization programs, including Iran's main uranium enrichment facility in Natanz. He said, we targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Iranian media reported that Hossein Salami, the commander-in-chief of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, has been killed, along with the former head of the country's atomic energy organization, Feridun Abbasi. Unconfirmed reports say that those targeted include the Armed Forces Chief of Staff Mohammad Bagheri and his deputy and other senior military officials. Airstrikes were reported in several cities, including Tehran, where a number of residential buildings were said to have been hit. Video posted on social media sites showed structures destroyed and in flames. Secretary of State Marco Rubio of the U.S. called the strikes unilateral action and said the United States was not involved. Israeli officials, according to the Washington Post, Israeli officials said Netanyahu signed orders authorizing the attack on Monday. He spoke on the phone with Trump that same day. Also, interestingly, The Washington Post says, interestingly, should Iran retaliate, it was not immediately clear whether the U.S. would assist in Israel's defense, including shooting down Iranian drones and missiles as it did twice last year. That's up to the president, said a U.S. official. A U.S. defense official told the Washington Post that a significant multi-day Israeli attack is likely to provoke a significant Iranian response that Israel will seek Washington's help to counter. Without U.S. support, deep penetrating bombs and refueling for Israeli jets, in particular, an Israeli attack is likely to do limited damage to Iran's nuclear sites, some of which are buried deep underground, former officials and analysts say. The Post also says the Israeli action laid bare a divide between the U.S. and the Netanyahu government over intelligence on Iran's nuclear program. The two allies share virtually all intelligence on the subject, but they often interpret that intelligence in different ways, said officials. U.S. officials told the Post that American spy agencies in recent weeks have not changed a long-standing assessment that Iran, despite its advanced uranium enrichment work, has not moved to transform that effort into an actual nuclear device. Top Israeli officials, who often take a more alarmist view of a nuclear program they believe will someday be aimed at their country, early Friday cited intelligence on a secret Iranian program that they said could produce a weapon in months or at most a year. Tehran has threatened to respond to an Israeli attack with counterstrikes targeting both Israeli as well as U.S. forces and facilities scattered throughout the Middle East. The Washington Post says the prospect of a fresh military confrontation in the Middle East has alarmed MAGA advocates in and outside of Trump's inner circle, many of whom rallied behind the president due to his anti-war message. Netanyahu has been deeply skeptical that negotiations will halt the nuclear threat from Iran. The Post also says the fallout from the Israeli attack could pose profound dangers to U.S. military forces in the Middle East, including in Iraq, which neighbors Iran. Will there be attacks on U.S. forces in the Middle East? The oil prices have gone down a bit since I last checked. When I last checked, they were up about 13%. Now they're up about 9% since the news broke. Still a lot, obviously. Breaking news from Manny Fabian of Times of Israel. Manny Fabian reports the Israeli Air Force has so far carried out 5 waves of strikes in Iran. A military official tells the Times of Israel. Hundreds of strikes have been carried out in total. The IDF said earlier it was striking Iranian nuclear sites, military sites, and top military and nuclear officials. So again, the Israeli Air Force has so far carried out 5 waves of strikes. A military official tells the Times of Israel hundreds of strikes have been carried out. You are watching our live breaking news coverage. Will we see an Iranian response in the coming hours? Or not? I wonder if you're Iran and you're thinking of conducting a response, are you worried that if you bring missiles out, Israel will just target them? I mean, I'm sure Israel has in mind the kind of things Iran might do. My guess is that Israel probably has pretty good air superiority over Iran at this point. Airspace is closed in Iran. They've closed the airspace there. Also, Israel's El Al airline is not flying into and out of Israel. And then Aleph mentioned, who I follow, that there were some planes maybe flying out of Israel at this point. I'll check the flight radar. Hang on. Hang on a moment. Flight radar 24. So nothing really flying over Iran right now. Their airspace is closed. As for Israel, there are some planes that are taking off, it looks like, from Israel. Aleph, who I follow, thinks maybe they're allowing planes to clear out of the airport. A bunch of planes have left Israel. So maybe Aleph is right. Maybe they're just trying to let planes go and get out of there. I don't see anything coming in. (11:30 p.m. Eastern). 6:30 Israel. I think you need to settle in. I mean, this could take days. I mean, I don't know. I mean, the ramifications of this are going to go on for a long time, but the operation itself is supposed to take days, if not weeks. Wow. Oh, the social media of the Supreme Leader. Well, we've already read the statement, but I'll show it to you again. Let me show you again the statement from the Supreme Leader of Iran, which he also posted on his X account. But he said, following the Israeli regime's crime against our beloved country this morning, the Supreme Leader issued a message to the great nation of Iran. In the name of God, the most gracious, most merciful, the great nation of Iran, the Israeli regime at dawn today opened its dirty and bloody hand to a crime in our beloved country and revealed its evil nature more than ever by striking residential centers. The regime must expect severe punishment. The powerful hand of the Islamic Republic's armed forces will not abandon him, God willing. Several commanders and scientists were martyred in the enemy attacks. Their successors and colleagues will immediately resume their duties, God willing. With this crime, the Israeli regime prepared for itself a bitter and painful fate, and it will definitely receive it. I'm seeing a report, but I'm not sure. Seeing a bunch of unconfirmed stuff. Michael Horwich mentioned that Saeed Azimi, who is with France, is it France English 24? Hold on. Let me just fix this here. He is with France 24. Saeed Azimi. He's the Tehran correspondent. He says Iran's Atomic Energy Organization officials say that Natanz nuclear reactor is severely damaged. Natanz is the main uranium enrichment facility. We have been hearing reports of strikes on Natanz. Prime Minister Netanyahu said Natanz was attacked. So reporter Saeed Azimi is saying that the Natanz nuclear reactor is severely damaged per Iran's Atomic Energy Organization officials. One of our viewers, I think it was 50 Shades of Mahomes, had a very good question about could any of this cause like nuclear radiation to leak out or something. I don't know. It's a good question. Thanks to Fred Rithero, by the way, and Yaldabaoth, and PZ Papa Zulu, and PC Warn. And Bebop and Rocksteady, Ebola, Iridian Man, Laue, Matthew K, Al Anon Aunt, Melly Jane. Thank you. Wanderlust Adventures. Nathaniel Grossman. Yeah, Steve Witkoff was supposed to talk to Iranian negotiators tomorrow, but I don't think that's going to happen. On Sunday. I don't think that's going to happen anymore. Davey Dude, thank you. Teacher Jennifer C. Robbie Gravino, Chief Duddy Lemberger, Schaff, Thomas Cifelli, Matt McQuinn, Liam L. Brandy Johnson, thank you. And Mitchell Pilot. Mitchell thinks the U.S. and Israel were playing a massive game of deception the whole time. Hold on a second here. No. State News says a border terminal in Khuzestan was attacked by the Israeli regime. The Chazbeh border terminal in Khuzestan, according to state media. They have a photo of smoke coming up, looks like from a building. Can I find this? Chazbeh border. So this is, according to Iranian state media, this facility has been attacked. The Chazbeh border between Iran and Iraq. Between Iran and Iraq. That's the border. Right there. Chazbeh border. Maybe it's a place where Iran brings stuff into Iraq. I don't know. But that has been attacked, according to Iranian state media. Chazabeh. border terminal between Iran and Iraq. At Iran-Iraq border. Has been attacked by Israel. How will Iran respond? I do not know. Oh, what is this? Oh, we have a. I think I gotta put up the different shot from Jerusalem. I have Tel Aviv. I have Haifa. I have Bethlehem, West Bank. I have a different shot of Jerusalem I can show you. Hold on, let's put up the other Jerusalem shot. Why not? Where is that coming from? Where is that coming from? There, okay. Oops, no, that's not the one. Another shot of Jerusalem coming to you right now. Okay, that's that. Is that the one? Okay, yes. There we go. There we go. There it is. Jerusalem, Haifa, Tel Aviv. At some point, I'm going to eat something. I was about halfway through my meal when this happened, and I basically just got up and came rushing in here. So at some point in a little bit, I'm going to have to eat something. I mean, I'm probably going to be on all night, but I'm going to have to eat something. Something could happen in 5 minutes. Something could happen in 5 hours. Oh, my camera froze. Hold on a second. Hold on. Hold on. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. I'll fix it. It's been happening once in a while. I don't know why. Hang on. Is this going to work here? Refresh. I'm back. Am I back? Are we live? We're good? Thanks for letting me know. How long was I frozen for? Wow, you know what's funny? I thought we had just come on the air. Like, it really seems to me like we just came on the air. We've been on the air over 3 hours. It's just been so much news. Well over 3 hours. I really thought it was much shorter than that. Al Jazeera says that the Iranian army says that the armed forces and the Revolutionary Guard are currently engaged in battles in the country's skies. I don't know if that's really true. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't. Oh, guys, I have an update from Jennifer Griffin of Fox. Jennifer Griffin of Fox News reports that Brett Baer of Fox News spoke to Trump by phone tonight following the start of the airstrikes. Trump said he was aware of the strikes beforehand, but the U.S. was not involved militarily. So again, Trump says he knew about the strikes, but the U.S. was not involved militarily, and he hopes Iran will return to the negotiating table. President Trump said Iran cannot have a nuclear bomb, and we're hoping to get back to the negotiating table. That's one of the there's some other remarks in here too, but I just want to mention that. I don't know that they're going to negotiate again. You know, it was really interesting that Mike Huckabee had posted something. A number of people I follow were commenting on this. I forget who first mentioned it, but Barack Ravid mentioned it. So Mike Huckabee is the ambassador to Israel. And before the attacks, several hours before the attacks, Mike Huckabee, the ambassador to Israel, had posted, "At our embassy in Jerusalem and closely following the situation, we will remain here all night. Pray for the peace of Jerusalem." And I remember Barack Ravid posted this, and it was like, But that was like an hour before the attack started or something. Tennis girl thinks Iran won't negotiate now. I'm going to post, I've seen this picture elsewhere. AZ Intel posted it. I'll post it in the chat of a building collapsed in Tehran. Again, Iran says it's going to respond to Israel. But nothing has happened yet. And we just showed you this, as I mentioned before. There are some planes that are leaving the main airport in Israel, the main international airport. And Aleph, who I follow, thinks that they're just trying to get airplanes out of there, which would make sense. Iranian airspace is closed. I see things leaving. I don't see really see planes coming in there, but Maybe they just want to get them out of there while they can. That one. That just take off too. That one just took off too. Oops, sorry. Max Power thinks Iran will respond, but not immediately. To repeat, Israeli military tells media that it has conducted 5 waves of strikes and launched hundreds of strikes. Oh, a half an hour ago, the New York Times reported that Iranian officials said a third wave of attacks had started targeting radars and air defense across Iran. Thank you, Ebola, Marvin Elder, Corn Pop 82, Nathan Griffin, Dez. Des says, is the Iranian state media usually this transparent with information? It's a good question. I mean, usually when there's explosions, they report it. It's interesting to see them reporting, like, hearing explosions in different places. But in the past, now they might, in the past, sometimes they'll report an explosion and then they'll say, oh, it was nothing or whatever. So, they haven't really talked about the damage at the facilities, but yeah, they certainly have been coming out and reporting explosions in different places. They've been confirming the deaths of, they have been confirming the deaths of certain people. So it's interesting to see. But I also saw a report claiming, well, I think this was coming from the military, though, claiming that they were like fighting Israel in the skies. I don't know if that's really happening. And look, the Supreme Leader did admit in his statement that nuclear scientists and military officials had been killed. So they're not trying to deny it. Oh, breaking news. Hold on. On another story. So it's a good question about, we'll see how much information we get about from their press in the coming hours and days. So earlier tonight, a federal judge ordered that President Trump needed to return, that a federal judge returned control of the National Guard back to California. But then a Ninth Circuit panel delayed that for a few more days while a 3-judge panel in the circuit court considered the case. That's according to Kyle Cheney. So as of right this second, he does not have to give control of the California National Guard back to the California, to the state, but that could change. Pearl Bergeron says, why is Iran being so transparent in the news releases? Well, again, I don't, it's not like they're telling you specifics. They say some explosions were heard here. Yes, but they're not getting into like what's been hit. You don't see reporting in Iranian media of, a lot of countries, if facilities got hit, you'd see live video, you'd see photos, you'd hear reports about what was hit. You're not hearing that kind of stuff. That's all very hush-hush. But you are hearing some reports about things being hit. I don't know if they do that. Maybe they don't even want to, but they just figure people can see this stuff. So they can't really deny it. maybe we'll do a quick poll. The poll question is, will Iran respond to Israel in the next 6 hours? I'll just pick a number, and I'll see what you guys have to say about this. I posted it in Twitch and YouTube. Yeah, soon I'm going to take a little break and eat something. I'm going to have to do that. That's going to happen. So I can keep going. Okay, so I asked you guys, I said, will Iran respond to Israel in the next 6 hours? And you guys said, let's see what you said. All right, I can leave this up here. Over there on YouTube, here is the vote so far on YouTube. Will Iran respond to Israel in the next 6 hours? 53% said yes. 47% said no. You're pretty split. Over on Facebook, it's 50-50 on Facebook. And on Twitch, currently, it is... I personally have no idea. 58 to 42 no. You just have to think that Israel, again, anticipates what Iran might do. And I would think Israel would be targeting, missile sites, for example, that Iran might use to strike Israel. I would certainly think Israel has a good degree of dominance in the skies above Iran. I might be wrong, but that would be my guess. So they're supposedly they've been taking out air defense radars, but I don't know what the Iranian capacity for a significant response is at this point. But maybe they have some stuff up their sleeve. Thanks for voting in the poll. La Lang thinks it'll be maybe days, not hours. I mean, at a certain point, you'd think it'd take a little while, right? Because Iran needs to decide what to do. They've lost several high-ranking military officials, including the head of the Republican Guard. They've lost a number of nuclear scientists. They're dealing with more attacks by Israel. Might not be so easy to plan a response when that's going on. So I don't even know if they'll... Could take days. Unless they have some sort of automated response thing plan kind of in place. Token says if they wouldn't have contingencies in place. I don't know what those are. If the contingencies involve pulling out missile launchers, rolling them out to launch missiles, maybe that's something Israel's looking for and could do preemptive strikes on them. So I don't know if they have contingencies that they can do to inflict a lot of damage on Israel at this point. I just don't know. Maybe they could attack other targets. Maybe they could start attacking shipping targets around them, like in the Persian Gulf or the Strait of Hormuz. Al Jazeera says the Iranian National Oil Company says their facilities have not suffered any damage, which is interesting, and fuel supplies continue uninterrupted throughout the country. It certainly does not seem like Israel has targeted an energy infrastructure. Al Jazeera says Reuters is saying that the U.S. still intends to hold talks on Sunday with Iran. Maybe they will have talks. The Iranian army has released a statement according to Iranian state media. I'll show you the Iranian army statement. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, free nation of Iran, brothers and sisters, the bloodthirsty and ruthless Zionist regime has begun its aerial aggression against the territory of the Islamic Republic of Iran and has attacked several points in our country. We had not wanted to open the path to war until now, but the army of the Islamic Republic, along with the Revolutionary Guard Corps, will not tolerate the aggression of these filthy child killers and the shedding of the innocent blood of our compatriots, and will teach Netanyahu a bitter lesson. Our dear people must maintain their composure, and composure is probably a bad translation there. They must deny any rumors that may be spread by the agents of this regime. They must not approach military barracks and await the moment of fulfilling the general responsibility that will be assigned by the supreme leader. Currently, the combat forces of the army and IRGC are busy fighting in the sky. The results will subsequently be announced to the Iranian nation. From the Iranian armed forces. Remember, back in October, Israel conducted strikes on Iran. Supposedly, they did severe damage to Iran's air defenses back then. I don't know, as I've been saying, I don't know what capacity Iran is in to launch strikes against Israel that could significantly damage them. Look, this another reason Israel wants to do this opportunity they see. Remember, a few years ago, Israel would be worried about, say, Hezbollah, the powerful Hezbollah force, which was sponsored by Israel, which was sponsored by Iran, that was in Lebanon, just across the border from Israel in southern Lebanon. There was Hezbollah, this powerful force that had all of these missiles. And a worry in Israel was, if you attack Iran, then Hezbollah is going to launch all these missiles from right across the border. But what happened with Hezbollah? Was it last year? Remember, for months, Israel relentlessly attacked Hezbollah and attacked their weapons, their missiles. So that's way less of a threat now. Same with Hamas. Hamas has been severely dwindled. So the attacking of those proxy forces were previously used by Iran as a buffer, as a threat to other countries. Well, you want to attack Iran, you're going to have to deal with these proxy forces. But now those have been severely diminished. So there's much less risk to Israel now. Also, they have a president in Trump who maybe they feel that he's going to be more on, but he's not going to be as against them doing this as, say, Biden might have been. And Iran is weakened. You know, Israel launched strikes on them last October, I believe it was, which reportedly took out a bunch of their air defenses. So they might see this as like, this is the time to do it. Also, maybe Bibi Netanyahu thinks this is great politics for him. You know, there's been talk that Netanyahu, since October, he was the leader on the October 7th attack, when Israel basically allowed Hamas to come in and kill and kidnap all those people in that awful attack. But, you know, you can read lots of reporting over the last year and a half that says that Netanyahu's been fighting for his political life. So maybe he thinks, maybe part of this is thinking this is great politics. I don't know. But you know, Israel could see this as like, this is the time to do this. No, Iran has not launched any response. By the way, Saturday was, I mean, it's so crazy because all this news has been going on in the U.S. with these protests. Then Saturday's supposed to be this big military parade. You know, President Trump has organized this huge military parade on his birthday, actually. What is it, for the 250th anniversary of the armed forces, the Army's 250th birthday? And then there's lots of protests that are supposed to go on in the U.S., these No Kings protests on Saturday. All that's supposed to be going on, but now this is going on. So it's just crazy. All this stuff is going on at the same time. News update. Iranian state news, Mehr news agency, says there are unconfirmed reports about the death of General Bagheri, commander of the general staff of the armed forces of Iran. State news is saying there are unconfirmed reports he has been killed. Mohammed Bagheri. Now, Wikipedia has him as dead, but state media is not saying that yet. Mohammed Bagheri, Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces. Reuters' Phil Stewart says 2 Israeli officials say Israel is bracing for Iranian response in the coming hours. Could happen in the coming hours. Maybe it won't happen. Protest says, what will be the response? Reuters is reporting that a U.S. official says the U.S. still intends to have nuclear talks with Iran on Sunday. Hey, thanks so much to Dana McWhite, who thinks nukes can be made on a small scale in labs. Thanks also Peasy Wheats and Forewarning. So Dana thinks that Iran can continue. Dana McWhite seems to think that Iran could continue, even in spite of this attack, pursuing a nuclear weapon. Thanks to Forewarning. Yeah, when I made my comment about Netanyahu, the point is that I think I said something like, his administration were the ones who allowed the attack. The point is not that, I think you understand what I mean. The point is not that Netanyahu went to the gate with Gaza and opened it up and said, here, come on in. The point is that his administration, his government, was seen as having a deep responsibility for allowing this thing to happen, for not preventing it. That's the sense of allow that I meant. I'm sorry if that wasn't clear, but I thought that would be fairly clear from what I said. How do I know that? Again, it's not a controversial claim. All I'm saying is that he was the leader and many people hold him responsible. People want to get angry at everything. I got people shouting at me in the chat about it. That's the claim, that many people hold his government responsible for letting it happen. That is not a controversial claim. That is not a single statement at all about anything about specifics except that many people hold his government responsible. That's it. That's not a controversial claim. If you're getting angry at me for saying that, you're reading things into the claim that I never said. I choose my words carefully. I mean, come on. People want to be angry at everything. Literally doesn't even express an opinion about whether he should be blamed. There's nothing I said about that at all. Nothing. The updates have slowed down, by the way. Again, Iran's national oil company says no damage to the country's oil facilities. What's this? State News just posted a video of some sort of smoke column on the Kermanshah Elam Road. Where is that? I just saw a video in Iranian State News of a smoke column. Looks like it's Western Iran. Let's see. Oh, Khan News Israel. News update. Khan News Israel reports that Israel has hit at least 10 nuclear scientists. Also, Israeli officials say we are only at the beginning. This is an ongoing event. Where is that report here? Again, that is a report from Khan News, Israel. They say Israel has hit at least 10 Iranian nuclear scientists, and Israeli officials say we are only at the beginning. This is an ongoing event. Geely Cohen of Khan News says that Israel has hit at least 10 Iranian nuclear scientists. Several nuclear sites have been hit. There is an intention to act and attack at more nuclear facilities in the future. We are only at the beginning. This is an ongoing event. Okay? News 13 Israel is reporting that Israel believes the Iranian response will come in the coming hours and include the launch of hundreds of ballistic missiles. You know, I don't know that it's a big benefit to Iran to launch some response that doesn't really do much damage. Because then it's like, well, what now? I don't know that Iran wants to look super weak. This is very interesting. The Economist's Anshel Pfeffer says, this is very interesting from Anshel Pfeffer with The Economist. Is this in English here? Hold on. He says, 4 hours into this war, quick conclusions are premature. Israel and Iran have been preparing for decades for this moment, and we'll find out in the next few days who prepared better. And look, this is what Anshel Pfeffer, I was just talking about this. He says, he's with The Economist. He says, the two most important preparations by Israel were taking out Hezbollah's missiles and destroying Iran's missile defense network in September, October. This left Iran without its main deterrent, Hezbollah, and vulnerable to waves of fighter jets. We were just talking about that. I told you. For years, Hezbollah's missiles right across the border with Israel, right across the border, were a big deterrent to Israel attacking Iran. Because that you'd have all these missiles pointed at Israel from right across the border. But again, last year, Israel spent months diminishing and attacking Hezbollah, killing its leadership, blowing up its missiles and its missile facilities. Hang on a second here. Also, very interesting analysis from Anshel Pfeffer. He also says, he's with The Economist. I'll post a link to his feed. He's a good person to follow. He also says that Israel used the same pattern of the strikes on Hezbollah, prioritizing decapitation and missile bases. This will hamper an Iranian retaliation, but impossible to say to what degree it will hamper the retaliation. And we've been talking about this too. He says the main questions at this point are what capabilities Iran has right now, and will Hezbollah use whatever missiles it still has? That's a great question. Hezbollah, right across the border in Lebanon, maybe still has some missiles. Are they going to use them? Just look at the map here. Iran's a lot farther away than Lebanon is. Iran is here. Oops, hold on. Iran's here, hundreds of miles away from Israel. But Lebanon is right across the border. And so maybe Hezbollah does have some missiles left. Israel just launched strikes in the Beirut area, I think like last week, saying Hezbollah was working on drones. Oops, sorry. Anyways, that's some really interesting analysis, which matches some of the things we've been talking about by Anshel Pfeffer of The Economist. But he says we don't know what capacities Iran has right now. Roy Case, Israeli reporter, says, is this from Al Arabiya reports that Israeli sources say 300 strikes on Iran so far. I haven't seen the original report there. Trey Yinks just posted a video of Israeli jets over Tel Aviv. Look at this from Reuters. Iran plans to give a harsh response to Israeli attack, Iranian security source tells Reuters. Look at the damaged building here in the photo. See the damage down here? Okay, so Reuters says Iran is planning to give a harsh response to the Israeli attack launched early on Friday against its nuclear program. An Iranian security source told Reuters the response to the Israeli attack will be harsh and decisive, the official said. Saying details of the attack by Iran are being discussed at the highest levels when asked whether the attack would be imminent. Ron Zombie says Iran couldn't even hit Israel last time. That was back last October, right? The October strikes? Was it September and October? Yeah, in 2024. Oh, no. There was the Iran strikes on Israel. When was that? Was that in response to that? Yes, the Iranian strikes against Israel in October were about 200 missiles. About 200 missiles were launched. A bunch of you, I'm sure, remember that. That was last October. And they did not cause extensive damage. And that was around 200 missiles. So are they going to... Can they muster up something more damaging than that? Oh, did President Trump post or not? No, President Trump has not posted on Truth Social since this happened. By the way, shout out to our moderators, Ruth Krafasi, Larissa the Night Owl. Thank you. And who else there? Roberts May Queen. Thank you. Linda Bell Glary and Misha on X. I Got That Fire, Mark and NC. Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah and Tariag on Twitch. Our Facebook mods like K. Larry Body, Margaret Riley, Paul Anderson, thank you. Thanks for your support also, Vanessa, Barry M, I'll say. Thank you, Barry M. Vanessa says Iran can't have nukes, though it's simple. Israel will win this one for sure. That's what our viewer Vanessa thinks. Thanks, Sean TV. Sean TV thinks thinks Iran will not respond right away, with Israel having air superiority over Iran. There's a lot of risk that Israel could target them before they even launch them. Yeah, that's what I was wondering. I don't know that we'll see a response right away. Maybe they can't really conduct a big response right away. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Bean Juice Bond, Louis Aponte, Jamie Hauser, Sticky, Ebola, I Heart Jerome, Andy Taylor, Big Boss Channel, thank you. Who Shot JR, Nitsu Jader on Twitch, thanks. Here's what I'm going to do. We're going to keep the stream going. We're going to keep the stream going. I am going to take, I'm going to take 5 minutes right now and put a little food in the air fryer. Not the full meal. I had finished half of my meal when this happened, and I literally just got up and threw half the food out because I didn't have time to finish it because I had to rush on the air so fast. So I'm still hungry, and I'm planning on keeping the stream going. So if I don't eat something, it's going to be bad. So I'm going to take about 5 minutes and put some food in the air fryer and then come right back in a second. What I'm going to do also is put my headphones, take the headphones off for a second. I might pause a second when this happens. Oh, Joe Seals. Hold on. I'm going to pause for a second. Joe, that is so generous of you. Joe Seals, wow. That's incredibly nice of Joe. Joe from over there at right side. Wow. Hey, Joe, that's so nice of you. Thank you. I really appreciate that. So I'm going to take 5 minutes. 5 minutes, folks. I'm going to put it on the screen, too. Why am I not hearing anything? Oh. There we go. Now I can hear. You got to give me 5 minutes, okay? That's all I ask. I'll keep an eye on things, but give me 5 minutes, and then I'll come right back. Steve will be back in 5 minutes, because I am planning on keeping the stream going. All right, give me 5 minutes. I'll come back in 5, and we'll see you in 5 minutes. All right, I'm back for the moment. I'm making some food. I just saw a new update. I just saw a new news update. The New York Times is reporting, Farnaz Fasihi of the New York Times is reporting that the head of the nuclear talks committee in Iran was killed. I'm hearing a plane, I think. Hang on. Ali Shamkhani, the head of the nuclear talks committee in Iran, who'd been appointed by the supreme leader, was killed, according to Farnaz Fasihi of the New York Times. Also, she says Iranian officials see this as Israel targeting and killing nuclear diplomacy with the U.S. Our viewer, It's Mosley, thinks Iran won't do anything in the daylight. Oh, Saudi Arabia released a statement. Hey guys, Saudi Arabia statement. Check this out. The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia expresses its strong condemnation and denunciation of the blatant Israeli aggressions against the brotherly Islamic Republic of Iran, which undermine its sovereignty and security and constitute a clear violation of international laws and norms. Now, Saudi Arabia and Iran are traditionally not friends. They're traditionally enemies. They say While the kingdom condemns these heinous attacks, it affirms the international responsibility, the community and the Security Council bear a great responsibility to immediately halt this aggression. Our viewer Tiberius Kirk thinks they actually love it. One of our viewers, CF19 Buzzkill, thinks they have to say that, but they are okay with it. Hey, give me about 15 seconds here. Hang on. Give me about 15 seconds. I'll be back in 15 seconds. Bringing you live coverage. Remember, Israel said this is going to last for days, maybe longer. No, I don't have any live videos from Iran that I can show you. That I do not have. I usually would not have that. KNB thinks Iran won't respond. Definitely fewer updates, though. A lot fewer updates in the moment than before. Let me check some other sources here. See what they're saying. Oh, Netanyahu released another video message? Hold on a second here. I think there's another message from Netanyahu. Or is it just... Oh. He said, there's another brief message from Netanyahu, but it's in Hebrew. But he says, we are off to a very successful start, and with God's help, we are going to achieve many great achievements. So he called this a very successful start, Netanyahu.
אבל אני גם יודע...
I need about 15 more seconds. Hold on. Gotta check on my food that's cooking. Who knows what'll happen when at this point? Okay, state media is confirming that General Lieutenant General Shahid Mohammed Bagheri was killed. The Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces was killed. That is now in Iranian state media. General Bagheri. I'll show you who he is. Mohammed Bagheri is confirmed dead. That's in addition to the head of the Revolutionary Guard. He was the chief of staff of the armed forces. He's basically the leader of the armed forces. There's the armed forces and the Revolutionary Guard. Oh no, the armed forces is the combination of the Islamic Republic of Iran Army, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps, and the Law Enforcement Command. So again, he's a major military leader, and two of the highest-ranking military officials have been confirmed killed. Wow. I am seeing that this is considered the highest military position in the country. One source said that. Yes, he's the overall head of all of the armed forces, which oversees all the branches. He reports to the supreme leader. So, I believe he might be the highest military official. Yes, yes. He was the... did I freeze again? Hold on, the camera froze again. The camera is... We're having some camera issues. My camera might be dying. I might have to get a new camera. I've had the same camera for a while. I'm sorry about this. I'll refresh it. All right, it's fine. I can refresh it. It never used to happen. So just let me know. I can refresh it whenever that happens. But, I mean, the camera's been used for a while, so anyways. So he was the highest military official. He has been killed. Major General Mohammed Bagheri has been killed. Along with the head of the Revolutionary Guard. Give me one moment here. I'll be back in 20 seconds. Okay, here is the plan, everyone. Here is the plan. So when this stream started, what was it, over 4 hours ago? I was in the middle of eating about 4.5 hours ago. And I only got to eat half my meal because this started and I just put down my plate. And so I got to eat some more and I have food ready. So I'm going to take a little break now and eat my food, and that'll allow me to keep the stream going because I'm pretty hungry right now and I'm not really in great shape, but I'll be much better when I eat something. So I'm going to leave the stream up and I'll leave these feeds up, and then if there's something huge, if there's like alarms that go off, I'll just run in here. If sirens go off, I'll put down my food again and run in here. Otherwise, I'll come in right after. So let's do that. I really appreciate people being here for the stream and watching the coverage and chatting and sending me messages and stuff. And thanks to all of our moderators too. Also thanks to Mitchell Pilot. I have to look into Jordan Mitchell Pilot. I hadn't heard that. I'll check it out. PZ Papa Zulu, Mass Wolf, Wumpy, Anthony Anderson, Lino Lopez, Jeremy Freeman, Alicia Alexander, thank you. All right, so let me do that. Will Okla, thank you, Will, over there on Twitch. Will Okla. Gas Station Sushi. All right, so I'm putting up that I'm eating. Steve is eating. He will be back after. There. I'll put this right down here. All right, so allow me to go. Maybe I'll put it up on the top. No, I can't do that because then I'll be covering this. So I got to put it down here. All right, allow me to eat, and I'll come back shortly, and we'll continue our live coverage. even eat. There's a conspiracy to keep me from eating. I just saw that there was a report that there were some drones launched at Israel. So I think those take a little while to get there. I'm going to give you some reporting on that. Hold on. Then I'm going to finish my food. Maybe I'll bring it in here and eat off camera. But give me 2 seconds. I saw a report about drones. Excuse me. Was that said in the press conference? There was a brief announcement by the IDF. Let me just at least get this. Oh, Iran launched 100 drones that are currently en route to Israel. It'll take a while, though. Yes, and the army is taking... So, guys, what I'm going to do is... Yeah, the IDF says Iran launched more than 100 drones towards Israel. They're working to intercept them. In the past hours, they have launched them. Okay? More than 100 drones in the past hours, and Israel's working to intercept them. So, here's what I want to do. If you can bear with me. If you bear with me. They are expected to be in Israeli territory within a few hours, according to Ynet's Yoav Zelton. Okay? Again, Yoav Zelton of Ynet says they are expected to arrive in Israel within a few hours, possibly in combination with a ballistic missile barrage. So let me finish eating, and then I'll come back and I'll talk about it, okay? All right? I'm just going to finish. It won't take long. I'm going to finish eating, and we'll come back and we'll discuss it. All right? I'll be right back shortly.
The English translation that I got, by the way, my name is Bell, from EP. Me too, man. Oh man, all day. Yeah? I don't know because you're said 100 in about an hour. The goal, we should get them up the goal line. But the goal line would be more than 100 yards. Is that what they're doing? Supposed to be closed and packed for Pride, and this is just exactly. Look at this.
Look at that. And do it. A lot of people.
You guys will
Give me one more second. I'm just about back. Hold on one sec. I gotta get my earbuds.
I was here, they had an aviation conference. I find that's airplanes. So they had a big, huh? Yeah. Oh, let me tell you, I was sleeping. I'm at 4:30. I answered the phone. My wife said, "Where the fuck are you?" And I said, "It's up." Where have you been? Everybody's been following. Didn't you hear the sirens? What's going on? So then I go down to the lobby. There's the 80 missile sirens. This guy who has something going on here. So they were all panicked. They made me panic. Then I walked around and I'm like, what's going on? I guess the airport's probably not going to open anytime soon. Excuse me, I have a question. Do you mind if I just take a photo of these guys sitting here waiting for me? I just want to ask permission.
Hey, now you can hear me. Now you can hear me. Now you can hear me. Man, this is too loud. Why is it so loud? It's that one. It's what? So you may have heard Israel said that Iran launched over 100 drones at Israel, but it takes hours for the drones to get from Iran to Israel. So Israel has a big amount of lead time to try to shoot down the drones. Iran is hundreds and hundreds of miles away from Israel. So we'll see what happens. I'll get you some more on this. Hold on. There was a statement by the Israeli Defense Forces, but it was in Hebrew. Yes, so again, Israel's military said Iran launched more than 100 drones towards Israel in the past few hours. Now, one of our viewers, Ian Dixon, says he thinks that Iran will launch missiles to arrive roughly at the same time as the drones. They might do that. They might do that. The missiles take a lot less time to get to Israel than the drones do. Also, why is this so loud? It's crazy. Israel said that
I was in Gaza yesterday. Oh, not in Gaza, but I was at the fence. If I took another step, I would have been.
sorry.
I was watching there were like water trucks going in, I guess, to service the troops,
I got to turn this down. It's distracting.
right? Where I forget the name of it. I think it's called the Jeep Crossing.
Israel also said that it had over 200 aircraft took place in the opening strikes, and that they dropped, the fighter jets dropped over 330 munitions in the first wave of strikes on Iran's nuclear program, which involved also strikes on Iranian military leaders, Iranian missile sites, and so forth. But again, I think Iran launched over 100 drones at Israel in the last few hours, but the drones take hours to get to Israel. Hours. According to Wikipedia, a Shahed drone made in Iran travels at 115 miles an hour. And if you look at a map like this, and if it's launched from the westernmost part of Iran, that's about 600 miles from Israel. So even if you launched a Shahed drone from the closest point to Israel in Iran, it would still take roughly 5 hours or so to get to Israel. But they might launch other things too. Also, they don't have to launch everything right now. Israel's going to be striking them for days. Iran could respond tomorrow, or 4 days from now, or next week, or next month, or 3 months from now. So they could target American interests. They could target shipping. They could do all kinds of things. So I wouldn't look at what happens in the next couple hours as Iran's response. This is going to be a longer-term situation. This is a just absolutely enormous event with Israel attacking their nuclear program like this. And I believe Israel took out the 3 top military leaders in Iran in these strikes. The Israeli Air Force just said that. Hold on. They took out the head of the Chief of Staff of the Armed Forces, that's the top military official. They took out the head of the Revolutionary Guard, which is the top military, the most powerful military body. And then they took out one other. They took out, where is it here? Yeah, right here. The Air Force says we killed the 3 most senior military commanders of the Iranian regime. The third is, hang on, we talked about him earlier, I think. Oops, hold on. Hold on a moment. Hold on a moment. I have to look it up. No, Salami was the head of the Revolutionary Guard. We talked about him already. Mohammed Bagheri was the chief of staff of the armed forces. And he's been killed. And there's one more besides Salami and Bagheri, and I'm forgetting him. I have to look it up. Oh, is that who it is? Hold on. Gholam Ali Rashid, as one of our viewers said. Also, several nuclear scientists were killed. Gholam Ali Rashid, as you can see here on Wikipedia, was an Iranian military officer who served as the commander of Khatam al-Anbiya Central Headquarters, and which is the unified combatant command headquarters of the Iranian armed forces. So, again, there are drones on the way to Israel. Maybe I'll put that up on this. I don't like having too much on the screen because it blocks the screen. Here, I'll put it up on the screen so people don't. So people just have it up there. Hang on a moment. The Institute for the Study of War had some analysis, too, I wanted to mention. I'm just checking for some other updates here. Give me a moment. Let me just make sure I don't have anything else. Oh, breaking news. Iranian state media says 6 nuclear scientists were killed in Israeli terrorist attack. 6 nuclear scientists were killed in the attack, according to Iranian state media Tasnim News. 6. I'm going to post that, actually. Oops. Okay, so that was just. Why are people saying that missiles were launched from Iran? Where are you getting this information? I follow all kinds of Iranian sources and Israeli sources, and no one's saying a peep about it. So why are people saying this in the chat? Oh, I do need to find the alert site. I forget what site it was. It's been a while since we covered stuff in Israel. What is the red alert? I got to look it up on my phone, maybe. So far alert. Yes, thank you. If there's a rocket alert, we'll go to the so far red alert site. Is that the one? Yeah, so far. That's it. Not seeing any alerts right now. TZOFAR, so far red alert. There have been some Iranian airspace is closed, Jordanian airspace is closed. Some planes have been flying. I believe planes have been flying out of Tel Aviv, but not flying into Tel Aviv. That's as my understanding. And maybe they're trying to just get planes out of there. So planes have been taking off, but they have not been coming in, I believe. Maybe the odd plane or so came in, but every time I've checked, I've seen them leaving. Sorry, I'm just trying to check a couple of different things here. Yeah, I have none of the sources I follow are claiming that Iran has launched missiles already. They've launched drones. Ooh, I have some video I can show you. Hold on a second. Let me show you a video. I have a video of some damage in Tehran from the nighttime strikes. You can see here, Israel hits Iran nuclear facilities, missile factories. Tehran launches drones. Here is a video from that article from Reuters. Oh, hold on. So it says, Iranian state media shows burning buildings in Tehran after Israel carried out strikes on nuclear targets. Although the buildings are not nuclear targets. Well, they're nuclear in the sense of maybe they have personnel in them, but I don't think they have nuclear facilities in them. Israel also said it targeted Iranian military commanders in ballistic missile factories. So, hold on, you'll see here. There's a building that was damaged. Looks like right there and there. And then there's more damage right there to a building right there. Let me get you back on this. Oh, I have, is that new? Hold on. Reuters says Israel launched wide-scale strikes against Iran today, saying on Friday, saying it targeted nuclear facilities, ballistic missile factories, and military commanders, and that this was the start of a prolonged operation to prevent Tehran from building an atomic weapon. Iran had launched around 100 drones toward Israeli territory in retaliation, which Israel is working to intercept, says the Israeli military. Iranian media and witnesses reported explosions, including at the country's main uranium enrichment facility at Natanz, while Israel declared a state of emergency in anticipation of retaliatory missile and drone strikes. There are some drones on the way. Will Iran also fire some missiles? I don't know. This is from Reuters, by the way. Iran's military said its top commander, the Revolutionary Guard said its top commander, Hossein Salami, was killed. Also, the top military official in all of Iran was killed. Benjamin Netanyahu, the prime minister, said we're at a decisive moment in Israel's history. Prime Minister of Israel, he said this was Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat, he said. Israel said 200 fighter jets took part in the strikes, hitting more than 100 targets. Iran's supreme leader, Khamenei, said in a statement that Israel had unleashed its wicked and bloody hand in a crime against Iran and that it would receive a bitter fate for itself. An Israeli military official said Israel was striking dozens of nuclear and military targets, including the facility of Natanz in central Iran. That official said Iran had enough material to make 15 nuclear bombs within days. The U.S. said it had no part in the operation, which raises the risk of a fresh escalation in the tensions in the Middle East, a major oil-producing region. Also, Reuters reports, alongside extensive airstrikes, Israel's Mossad spy agency led a series of covert sabotage operations inside Iran, Axios reported, citing a senior Israeli official. These operations were aimed at damaging Iran's strategic missile sites and its air defense capabilities. Also, Iran, as I just mentioned to you, Iranian state media says 6 nuclear scientists were killed by Israel. Oil prices are way up. About 8%. Earlier they were up about 13%, about 8%. I mean, that's a lot, but less than a couple hours ago. Yeah, some of our viewers think that Iran will also launch missiles. Remember, Iran launched about 200 missiles back in October of last year against Israel, and they did not do significant damage. Oh, I'm seeing reports. Hold on a second here. By the way, I posted a video on my X account that I'm going to post a link to it in the chat, which appears to show Israeli strikes on the Natanz nuclear facility. So I just posted it. It's from Manny Fabian. I just posted it in the chat. You can watch it as well. Oh, oh no, that's not anything interesting. Let me, we're waiting to see what else Iran might do in the coming hours, aside from firing around 100 drones which have been fired from Iran and which Israel is trying to shoot down. And we don't have an arrival time, but they take hours to get there from Iran. Thank you for being with us for our coverage. We're bringing you the latest updates on what is going on. I'm seeing some claims online that Iran will not attend talks with the U.S. on Sunday. I haven't seen that confirmed, though. I'm just checking a bunch of different sources to try to find the latest updates. The Institute for the Study of War had a report that they came out with, which I haven't even seen yet. Israeli strikes on Iran. So if you want to check it out, I'll post a link. It's from the Institute for the Study of War. They do a lot of really good military analysis. ISW. Understandingwar.org. Understandingwar.org. And I'll post a link to the article. But They say, interestingly, they say that they have some maps here too. They have a bunch of maps. They say Iran has not yet responded to Israel's strikes, despite claims on June 11th that it had finalized plans for an immediate counterstrike. It is unclear at this time why Iran has yet to respond. Well, they have now, this was probably after they wrote the article, launched around 100 drones. They do say, though, ISW says Iran may opt for strategic patience in the aftermath of a strike on its nuclear facilities or other key assets. Iran responded 4 days after the U.S. airstrike that killed Qasem Soleimani in 2020. Iran similarly waited 2 weeks to respond to the Israeli airstrike that killed senior Revolutionary Guard officer Mohammad Reza Sahidi. Iran could choose to delay a counterattack to better assess the damage that Israel inflicted and then calculate a suitable response to the initial attack or campaign. It's also possible, says the Institute for the Study of War, that Israel somehow disrupted Iran's response by targeting Iran's ballistic missile launch sites and stockpiles in the attack. Netanyahu said the strike simultaneously targeted the nuclear program and the missile program. But the Institute for the Study of War says they have not yet observed reports of Israeli strikes against multiple missile sites. If you look here also, you can go to understandingwar.org and get this article for yourself. They have a map of Israeli strikes against Iran that they have heard about. And they have a map of strikes they heard about in Tehran city, Esfahan province, Natanz nuclear facility, northwestern Iran. I'll post a link to this article again, so you can check it out if you want. Oops. Oh, we lost one of the feeds. Hold on. Let me fix the video. That's Institute for the Study of War. All right, I gotta fix the video now. What do we have here? I'm seeing, oh, there's a new Tel Aviv? Wait. For the moment, we don't have Tel Aviv. I'm sure that'll come back. We have Haifa, Jerusalem. What is this? Oh, I have another one from Israel. A different one. All right, hold on a moment. We gotta fix something here. Central Israel, Modin. All right, let me fix all of this. Let me fix our video situation. The Tel Aviv camera temporarily went down, so we have that. We have there's an issue with the camera. So, but let me put up the other Jerusalem one. I think I have 4 cameras. Do I have room for it all? Here's Jerusalem. Further live coverage is expected. That's the one from... That's the one from Tel Aviv. All right, hold on, everyone. I'm getting Jerusalem back up. Jerusalem coming right now. If I can do this. Why is that? In the world? Okay, that's Jerusalem right there. But I want that one to be Jerusalem. There's that one. Okay, good. And then here's this one. Good. Now these have to get switched. So there's Haifa and Jerusalem. And then I have another one I'm going to put up. Which is, what is it, Modine? Modine, okay. Right, Modine is another one. Boy, this is going to get crazy. So many. Actually, I'll make this the big one for now, and I can deal with it later. Oh, there. Oh, hold on. We got Tel Aviv back. All right. So Tel Aviv is back. Still got to get Modine up there. What is this doing? This? Okay. And the last one I want to put up is. There's another one, guys. There's too many of these. There's too many. That's Modine, Israel. All right. I feel like I didn't really do that the best way. Maybe I can put this one in the lower part there. Maybe make it a little smaller. Okay. There we go. There we go. So we have Jerusalem, Haifa, Modine, and Tel Aviv. All of them. Some drones are on. I don't know. Maybe no drones will even get to Israel. Maybe they'll shoot them all down before they reach Israel. Update. Manny Fabian of Times of Israel reports that the Israeli military believes there are additional senior Iranian officials killed in this morning's strikes in Iran. How about that? You know, it's interesting. The Economist has an article out now. What is that noise? I have to stop that noise. Whatever that buzzing is. It's not on that one. Oh, it's from Jerusalem. I'm going to turn the Jerusalem sound down. It's just too annoying. Okay, so The Economist has a new article out about this attack by Israel. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but I want to just maybe share some of their analysis with you. Yeah, the Economist says that the Israeli response will be limited because the U.S. says they're not helping Israel. Now, I don't know if that's true that they're completely not involved with this. I have no idea. But one thing the Economist points out is that without the U.S., they won't have refueling capabilities like they would have. So they say what follows now is probably a sustained campaign by Israel. Israel's Air Force has around 300 manned fighter jets and long-range attack drones. They said that 200 fighters, I think, participated in the attack today. But only a limited number can attack simultaneously due to its small number of refueling tankers needed to enable heavily laden aircraft to reach targets over 1,000 miles from Israeli bases in Iran. Each wave consists of a few dozen aircraft. That's very interesting. Also, The Economist says it is unclear how much damage Israel will inflict on Iran's main nuclear sites, which are deeply buried. They say experts have previously estimated that even America's largest bunker buster bomb would need to be used many times on the same point. And they say Israel might have targeted the entrances, tunnels, and ventilation shafts of these facilities to put them out of action, but it wouldn't destroy the facility. They also say that the damage Iran could do to Israel depends in part on the effectiveness of Israel's initial strikes against Iranian missiles, and also what kind of missiles Iran has left, whether they have enough left to overwhelm Israeli and American defensive batteries. Iran would, as we've been saying, The Economist says, Iran would have once relied on Hezbollah, the Lebanese militant group, to have been the spearhead of its retaliation. For years, that was the big threat. If Israel attacked Iran, Hezbollah had all these missiles right across the border in southern Lebanon. But last year, Israel severely diminished Hezbollah's capabilities in their sustained war against them. Remember. I'm throwing that in myself. But as The Economist says, much of Hezbollah's missile arsenal and its leadership were destroyed in strikes last year. Now, The Economist also says some other things Iran could do. They could target American embassies or military bases, which are closer to Iran and easier to strike with greater accuracy. They could also attack shipping in the Straits of Hormuz, through which 21% of global oil supplies move. They could also strike other Persian Gulf states to disrupt the economy of the world. But The Economist says any of those would draw America in, causing even more severe damage to be inflicted on the deeply buried Iranian nuclear sites. They say the coming days will be that this strike has been many years in the making, and the coming days will be a test of which country prepared for it better and whether America will be sucked in. Something else they point out, I've heard this before. They say it could be the case that this strike on Iran actually strengthens their motivation to gain a bomb. Now, Israel says they were getting very close and they wanted to do it, but there's supposedly disagreement in the world intelligence community about how much Iran was pushing towards a bomb. It's an interesting, anyways, if you want to read the article, it's on The Economist. Israel launches an attack on Iran without America. Sambino thinks Iran will want to keep the beef with Israel and not draw in the U.S. One of our viewers said, does Iran have something up its sleeve? Matthew Mitten said that. You never know. I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the other thing is that Israel's intelligence is really good. Remember when, was it last year or the year before, Israel killed the leader, the political leader of Hamas when he was staying in Tehran? They knew where he was staying and they were able to kill him with an explosion there. And then today, they knew where all of these top military leaders and nuclear scientists were and were able to kill them with strikes. So clearly, Israel has very good intelligence on Iran. Is it possible with that intelligence that Iran has some big threat that Israel knows nothing about? I don't know. The pager thing was Hezbollah, which is Iranian-backed, but that was in Lebanon. Oh, the IAEA said 3 hours ago, the International Atomic Energy Agency says they are closely monitoring the deeply concerning situation in Iran. Agency can confirm that the nuclear facility at Natanz was among the targets. The agency is in contact with Iranian authorities regarding radiation levels. We are also in contact with our inspectors in the country. I have not heard any kind of reports about radiation being leaked. Hey, thanks for your support, IAIA and Swede for DJT and Joey and Crazy Yoda. Thank you, Crazy Yoda. I appreciate that. Thanks, Exotic Izop, Lemaine Carter, Russell Bach, Ski B50, Yo-Yo, Kyle Key, Mitchell Pilot. Thank you. Dana McWhite, Mass Wolf. Also, KM. Thanks for your support. And SJS94 on Twitch. One Camu on Twitch, Vicious EQ on Twitch, JBomb66 on Twitch, and John Deeds and Soupsies and Will Okla on Twitch. Thank you. Also, I posted on my X account, some of you probably saw it there, but there's some videos floating around apparently showing some of the Iranian drones flying towards Israel. I don't own the rights to it. I'll post a link in the chat of one of them right now. I just posted it. Around 100 drones, Israel said. No, the drones have not entered Israeli airspace as far as we're aware. I don't think Trump has actually posted on his Truth Social about this. He's supposed to meet with the National Security Council at 11 a.m. Yeah, he never posted about this. The Jerusalem Post says in April 2025, it took April 2025? Did they launch drones this April? Or was it earlier? Yeah, I thought it was last year. April 2024. There were drones launched. Jerusalem Post said it took hours that time. Or was it October 2024? Now I'm really confused. Anyways. Iranian state TV says they will not participate in nuclear talks on Sunday or any negotiations until further notice. That's according to the Jerusalem Post. Darren, our viewer, says no talks are necessary now. Missiles would get there much faster. By the way, keep that in mind. With missiles, you have about 10 to 12 minutes. 10 to 12 minutes. So if Iran decides to launch some of those and has the capability of doing it, that's a much quicker timeline than the drones. Lethal Load Fart says last time they waited for the drones before launching the missiles. We should look up what happened there on October 14, October 2024. Well, they launched, Wikipedia says they launched around 200 missiles. Did they do, maybe the drones was in April. In April, yes, so in April of 2024, Iran launched around 170 drones and over 30 cruise missiles and more than 120 ballistic missiles. That was in April. So maybe they'll do something similar. Some of our viewers think they'll want everything showing up at the same time. But I think maybe, I mean, I don't know how it works. Like, it's possible different Israel uses different ways of shooting down drones and missiles, ballistic missiles. Wildman says there were telegram reports of drones west of Palmyra. I'll have to look up and see if I see any. But Palmyra is in Syria. I don't know where they were launched from, but you can see Iran's all the way over here. Here's Iran. Here's Israel. So the drones would need to go presumably through Iraq or Syria, over Jordan perhaps, over Lebanon perhaps. Up one of the feeds stopped. What feed stopped? Hold on. Haifa went out. No, Haifa went out this time. We can always get rid of it. I assume it's coming back though. Haifa will come back. Maybe a bunch of drones have already been shot down, you know? I don't know. Raven Knight says, just got to wait and see. Hold on. Breaking news. N12 News Israel says the Air Force has begun intercepting drones over the skies of Saudi Arabia. That is from N12 News Israel. Breaking news. I assume those are drones headed for the U.S. Yeah, so look, you have Saudi Arabia's here. So if drones are coming from Iran, say this way, towards Israel, they might need to pass over Saudi Arabia in here. Zastar says Saudi Arabia, so Saudi Arabia is helping out. Well, maybe Saudi Arabia doesn't positively help, but maybe they don't try to shoot down Israeli aircraft over their airspace or something, you know. Maybe afterwards Saudi Arabia will be like, oh, we're so angry that Israel invaded our airspace. Or whatever, I don't know. But if that's true, Israeli planes are intercepting drones. Oops. One of our viewers thought maybe the drones could come from Yemen. Well, we've only heard they've been fired from Iran. Yemen's down south of Saudi Arabia. So again, N12 News Israel says the Air Force began intercepting drones over the skies of Saudi Arabia. Aurora Intel, who I follow, thinks Iran's going to fire missiles. Mariv Online, which is an Israeli news outlet, says something similar to N12 News. Mariv Online says, interception of Iranian drones begins outside Israeli borders. What I need to do is... How big? We'll talk about that in a second. They're the I believe they're Shahed drones. They're not little quadcopter drones. They're bigger than that, I believe. Really quick, I need to take just about a minute here. Give me like 1 minute. Where am I going to put this? Right there? I'll put it right there. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back in 1 minute. Okay? So hang tight. I'll come right back. Thanks for your patience. I have an update, which is similar to a couple of the other updates we just heard. This is from Manny Fabian of Times of Israel. Here's what Manny has to say. He says, Israeli Air Force fighters have begun to shoot down the drones launched at Israel from Iran earlier this morning. The drones are being intercepted outside of Israel's borders. Those that are not intercepted early are expected to reach Israel within an hour or so. That is what he said. Our viewer Logtar the Mighty thinks 100 is nothing. Jimmy thinks they're easier to take out than missiles. Shahed drones, I said we were going to talk about that. I assume, coming from Iran, they might be Shahed drones. I saw one that looked like a Shahed drone in a video. Here's a Shahed drone right here. Iranian loitering munition, that's from Wikipedia. Russia has made use of them in Ukraine, of us, but you can see they are about 11 feet long and 8 feet wide. That's from Wikipedia. They have a propeller on the back. Roger Service thinks the purpose of launching drones is using up assets. Oops, the Haifa stream went out for a second. Thanks so much to our moderators who are here. Late night. We have some people doing late night moderating. Thank you. Such as, man, it's been so much news lately. Crazy, crazy. Hang on a second here. Thanks to Mark HNC, Matthew Kohai 3, Sarah, and Tariag. They're over there on Twitch moderating now. Thank you. Charlotte Webb is over there on Facebook. Thanks also to Tommy Sonin for subscribing on Facebook. Tommy Sonin. Also, Martha Crawford, thanks for subscribing on Facebook. It's nice of you. And Paul Anderson's modding too. Susan Priest-Buchner for subscribing on Facebook. Also, shout out to a couple of our Twitch subscribers like Allistic, Matthew Kohai 3. D-U-Mon. D-U-Mon just gave 20 people gift subs over on Twitch. Wow, D-U-Mon, that's really nice of you. 20 people just got got gift subs on Twitch. What a nice gift. Thank you. My Florida 22, thank you. Fouché, thanks for being a subscriber. Ad Revenue and Ramen. Matthew Kohai 3, Wall Street Shaggy. Look at all those new subscribers over there on Twitch. That's very nice of you. A Million, thanks for subscribing. So Soft Chat. I'm a Ravenous Duck. Thank you for subscribing. So again, Israel reportedly is shooting down some of those 100 drones as we speak, outside of Israeli airspace. Hang on. There have not been any sirens in Israel since they attacked Iran. I think there was one that went off right away, but that wasn't for incoming. Let me just read this again. Times of Israel's Manny Fabian says, Israeli Air Force fighter jets have begun to shoot down the drones launched at Israel from Iran earlier this morning. The drones are being intercepted outside of Israel's borders. Those that are not intercepted early are expected to reach Israel within an hour or so. And he posted that 9 minutes ago. Iranian state media Tasnim says that no nuclear contamination has occurred at the Natanz nuclear site, which Israel attacked. They claim nobody was harmed and there's been no nuclear contamination. Al Jazeera is reporting that air raid sirens have sounded in northern Jordan. So I wonder if that is from the, I wonder if that's from the drones. I would not be surprised. Irbid Governorate, Jordan, which is northern Jordan. Irbid. That's right here. Oh, that's pretty close. Irbid Governorate is right near Israel. Irbid is right here, right near the West Bank. So, again, that's very interesting. Al Jazeera says that air raid sirens sound in Irbid Governorate, northern Jordan, 3 minutes ago. So maybe that means drones are getting close to there. And that would mean they're getting closer to Israel. Because Irbid is right next to the West Bank. See this again? See, it says Irbid. There's the West Bank. There's Jordan, West Bank, Israel. So we might be seeing them get quite close. But it's weird. There's no sirens in Israel yet. You know? Our viewer, Mr. 4K1, says sirens usually go if a strike is imminent. Well, if the drones are getting really close, I'm sure we'll have sirens, but we haven't had any yet. This is interesting. Michael Young with the Carnegie Middle East Center said, if there's a response from Lebanon using guided missiles, and that's a big if, maybe a big if, it would likely be coordinated with an Iranian missile attack. Yeah, so, I mean, look, one other thing to keep in mind is, in addition to missiles that Iran might launch at Israel from Iran, which would take 10 to 12 missiles, 10 to 12 minutes to get there, I believe, you know, Hezbollah has been greatly diminished in Lebanon, but they still might have some missiles there that are right across the border from Israel. So it's possible you could have some missiles being fired from there, maybe some fired by the Houthis in Yemen. The drones are not going to show up on flight radar. At least I'm not aware that they, I've never heard that they do. Flight tracking sites primarily rely on the aircraft broadcasting their position. But military drones are not going to be broadcasting their position to the flight radar sites and others, I would think. Yeah, I'm hearing somebody talking on the phone. Why am I hearing somebody on the phone? What stream is that? Must be. Is it Haifa? I don't know. No, it's not Haifa. Which one is it? Is it Tel Aviv? Is it Jerusalem? I'm trying all of them. None of them is working. Where is that conversation coming from? It's one of the streams. Oh, it was the Haifa one. Remind me to turn Haifa back on in a couple minutes, the audio. Can't listen to the conversation. I can put it on really low, but it's just like... Oh, the air raid, Parallel Universe, who I follow, says there are air raid sirens in Amman, Jordan. I assume that's from drones. I mean, some of them might need to go over Jordan to get to Israel if they're fired from Iran. Yes, I'm seeing air raid sirens, reports of air raid sirens being activated in Amman, Jordan. Oh, yes. N12 News, Israel, says Alarms in Amman, the capital of Jordan, following the entry of drones into the country's territory. So that's what's happening now. So there are apparently air raid sirens going off in Amman. I heard a report of elsewhere in Jordan as well. But Amman is kind of close to Israel. There's the West Bank and there's Israel. We're talking about measured distance. I mean, Israel here, 50 miles. Yeah, I mean, so, but I don't know how far away from Amman I mean, presumably they're coming from Iran, so they're coming from the east. Let's see if I can find any more information. Nothing in Israel yet. Khan News says Iranian drones are estimated to reach the Israel in less than an hour. Hold on, I'm going to post a video which I don't have the rights to in the chat of the sirens in Jordan. I'll post a video for you now and you can watch it. Oop. I just posted it for you. So again, sirens reported in Jordan. Oh, hold on. Roy Case says, reporter of Israel in Israel says the Jordanian army claims to be intercepting missiles and drones. Missiles and drones? We haven't heard about missiles. Let me see if I can find the original post from the Jordanian army. Oop, hold on. That's not helpful. Reportedly, Jordan there are some air raid alerts in Jordan as Iranian drones fly through the airspace, and reportedly Jordan is saying they're shooting some down. The Quds News Network, which is I think it's a Palestinian news outlet, they say that the Jordanian armed forces said that they have intercepted a number of missiles and drones. Again, I haven't heard about missiles being fired. Entering Jordanian airspace, they say we are operating at a high level of readiness to protect the skies of Jordan. Al Jazeera reports that the Jordanian army says that their aircraft and defense systems intercepted missiles and drones that entered their airspace. that came in response to military assessments of the inevitability of missiles and drones falling on populated areas. So Jordan claims it has intercepted some missiles and drones. Is that true? If so, how many? I don't know. Yeah, I'll turn the volume a little up on Haifa. So, well, we'll see. We'll see if any of these drones reach Israel. Why is this not working? Why is this not working? Okay. Thank you to Wendy's employee, Jules W., Bren, Adam Marshall, thank you. Chender Vengat, Giuseppe Basile, Crypto King, thank you. Tim Glenn, thank you, Tim Glenn. Mo L. Rachel Hudson, Maddie, thank you. Aaron Mayer. Wildman, switch the channel. Mo L, Evan Gothy, Lala, Swede 4 DJT. We're waiting for the drones that have not been shot down already to get to Israel. They have been fired from Iran, about 100 of them. But Israel and Jordan have said they're shooting some of them down. Will any of them make it through? Is Tel Aviv frozen? No, Tel Aviv is live. They're all live. All of them. Thanks, Lena Lopez, who says, I used to live in Amman, Jordan, and it is close. Just to show you a map again, Jordan is next to Israel in the West Bank, right? So, but, I mean, distance is big difference between here and here. That distance here is, that's 160 miles. For a Shahed drone flies 115 miles an hour. So, big difference if the drone is here and not here. Once a drone would get to Amman area, it would be about another, maybe 50 miles to Israel. 20 minutes or something. I haven't found the official statement from Jordan. Somebody mentioned it. I found, keep reading statements about it. See if I can find it. I bet it'll be similar to what we've read. Remember, Iran might respond days from now. You know, who knows what they're going to do at this point? They don't have to do everything right away. Maybe they do something to make it look like they did something, and they save some other response for later. I don't know. There is some sort of like jackhammering or something, or drilling on one of these streams that's driving me bonkers. Mr. Budlover thinks there will be red alerts in Israel very soon. We'll see. Itay Blumenthal, who is an Israeli reporter, he says, he's with Khan News. He says, an Israeli security source says, behind the scenes of the Israeli attack on Iran, the Mossad secretly built capabilities in Iran that were designed to damage Iran's strategic missile array and its air defense capabilities. Mossad agents infiltrated Iran with special weapons on a large scale, deployed them throughout Iran, and launched them towards the attack targets accurately and effectively. So he's saying that Mossad agents went into Iran beforehand and actually launched some stuff at Iranian targets from Iran. He says Mossad commanded, Israeli security source says Mossad commando units deployed operational precision-guided weapon systems in open areas near the location of Iranian surface-to-air missile systems to disrupt attacks on Israeli aircraft. Sophisticated technologies were built on vehicles. With the start of the surprise attack, the weapons were launched and completely destroyed the targets of the attack, the Iranian defense systems. Were these like drones? Is it similar to the Ukraine attack on Russian air bases where drones came out of trucks? I'm not sure. He says, also, Israel security source says the Mossad established a base in Iran for explosive drones that were launched at the surface-to-surface missile launchers located at the Asfakabad base near Tehran and pose a threat to strategic targets and Israeli citizens. So the idea is that Israeli intelligence agents went into Iran before and set up some weaponry there to attack targets in Iran, but from Iran. That's what they're saying. I can't listen to this conversation anymore. I'm turning Haifa down again. Now, I can't confirm that's true. I would not be surprised if it is. That'd be interesting if that's the second case of a country doing that in just like a month or so, of going into another country and releasing drones from within the other country to attack the other country. Hear that banging, whatever the drilling or the... Oh my God, so much noise on these streams. Which stream is that? That's the Jerusalem stream. I have the noise on. I have the sound on from Tel Aviv and from Modin. The other two I have to stop right now. I can put them on later. A jackhammer it was. This infinite possibility set. I'm not really seeing many new reports from Iran at the moment. Looks like we lost the stream from Modin. All right. We'll get rid of that. What? Oh, that's a different event. Sorry. Okay. Guys, Israel and Jordan have said that they are shooting down drones and have shot down some drones outside of Israeli airspace. Is that true? How many drones are left of the original 100 or so that were fired from Iran? I don't know. Still no sirens in Israel. Maybe I should play, as we're waiting for the drone stuff, I don't think it's the worst idea because we haven't played it in a while. Prime Minister Netanyahu gave a speech about, short speech, of why Israel was taking this action, talking about the action and why Israel was taking it. So I think that's a nice summary of what's going on here, at least initially, from the Israeli perspective. So I'll play this for you because, again,
highly enriched uranium.
If you haven't seen it, it'll give you the idea of what's going on here. Here is Prime Minister Netanyahu. I'm going to shrink it a bit. Here he is. This was earlier this evening. Earlier this evening, okay? Here we go.
אזרחי ישראל,
Hold on.
גרוני אומנם ניחר הערב.
That's the wrong one. Here's the right one.
Moments ago, Israel launched Operation Rising Lion, a targeted military operation to roll back the Iranian threat to Israel's very survival. This operation will continue for as many days as it takes to remove this threat. For decades, the tyrants of Tehran have brazenly, openly called for Israel's destruction. They've backed up their genocidal rhetoric with a program to develop nuclear weapons. In recent years, Iran has produced enough highly enriched uranium for 9 atom bombs. 9. In recent months, Iran has taken steps that it has never taken before, steps to weaponize this enriched uranium. And if not stopped, Iran could produce a nuclear weapon in a very short time. It could be a year, it could be within a few months, less than a year. This is a clear and present danger to Israel's very survival. 80 years ago, the Jewish people were the victims of a Holocaust perpetrated by the Nazi regime. Today, the Jewish state refuses to be a victim of a nuclear Holocaust perpetrated by the Iranian regime. Now, as Prime Minister, I've made it clear time and again, Israel will never allow those who call for our annihilation to develop the means to achieve that goal. Tonight, Israel backs those words with action. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear enrichment program. We struck at the heart of Iran's nuclear weaponization program. We targeted Iran's main enrichment facility in Natanz. We targeted Iran's leading nuclear scientists working on the Iranian bomb. We also struck at the heart of Iran's ballistic missile program. Last year, Iran fired 300 ballistic missiles at Israel. Each of these missiles carries a ton of explosives and threatens the lives of hundreds of people. Soon, those missiles could carry a nuclear payload, threatening the lives not of hundreds, but of millions. Iran is gearing up to produce 10,000s of those ballistic missiles within 3 years. Now just imagine 10,000 tons of TNT landing on a country the size of New Jersey. This is an intolerable threat. It too must be stopped. Iran is now working on what it calls the new plan to destroy Israel. You see, the old plan failed. Iran and its proxies tried to encircle Israel with a ring of fire and to attack us with the horrible attack of October 7th. But the people of Israel, the soldiers of Israel, rose like lions to defend our country. We crushed Hamas, we devastated Hezbollah, we hit Iranian proxies in Syria and Yemen. And when Iran directly attacked us twice last year, we struck back inside Iran itself. Yet in defending ourselves, we also defend others. We defend our Arab neighbors. They too have suffered from Iran's campaign of chaos and carnage. Our actions against Iran's proxy Hezbollah led to the establishment of a new government in Lebanon and the collapse of Assad's murderous regime in Syria. The peoples of those two countries now have a chance for a different future, a better future. So too do the brave people of Iran, and I have a message for them. Our fight is not with you. Our fight is with the brutal dictatorship that has oppressed you for 46 years. I believe that the day of your liberation is near. And when that happens, the great friendship between our two ancient peoples will flourish once again. I want to assure the civilized world, we will not let the world's most dangerous regime get the world's most dangerous weapons. And Iran plans to give those weapons, nuclear weapons, to its terrorist proxies. That would make the nightmare of nuclear terrorism all too real. The increasing range of Iran's ballistic missiles would bring that nuclear nightmare to the cities of Europe and eventually to America. Remember, Iran calls Israel the small Satan. It calls America the great Satan. And this is why for decades, it's led millions in the chants of death to Israel and death to America. Today, Israel is responding to those genocidal calls with action and with a call of our own. Long live Israel and long live America. Our action will help make the world a much safer place. I want to thank President Trump for his leadership in confronting Iran's nuclear weapons program. He has made clear time and again that Iran cannot have a nuclear enrichment program. Today, it is clear that Iran is just buying for time. It refuses to agree to this basic requirement of peaceful nations. That is why we have no choice but to act, and act now. The hardest decision any leader has to make is to thwart a danger before it is fully materialized. Nearly a century ago, facing the Nazis, a generation of leaders failed to act in time. They were paralyzed by the horrors of World War I. They were determined to avoid war at all costs, and they got the worst war ever. They adopted a policy of appeasement. They closed their eyes and ears to all the warning signs. That failure to act resulted in World War II, the deadliest war in history. It claimed the lives of 60 million, including 6 million Jews, a third of my people. After that war, the Jewish people and the Jewish state vowed, never again. Well, never again is now. Today, Israel has shown that we have learned the lessons of history. When enemies vow to destroy you, believe them. When enemies build weapons of mass death, stop them. As the Bible teaches us, when someone comes to kill you, rise and act first. This is exactly what Israel has done today. We have risen like lions to defend ourselves. Over 3,000 years ago, Moses gave the people of Israel a message that has steeled their resolve ever since. Be strong and courageous, he said. Today, our strong and courageous soldiers and people stand together to defend ourselves against those who seek our destruction. And by defending ourselves, we defend many others, and we roll back a murderous tyranny. Generations from now, history will record that our generation stood its ground, acted in time, and secured our common future. May God bless Israel. May God bless the forces of civilization everywhere. Thank you.
So there you get to have Prime Minister Netanyahu's explanation for what is going on in this military campaign against Iran, against Iran's nuclear program by Israel, which Israel has begun overnight. And hold on a second here. Here's something right here. Let me show you a couple things. You can see here, as we told you, this is from AP, Jordanian state media says the country's air force is intercepting missiles and drones in its airspace. I don't know that there's been missiles fired. Israel didn't say anything about that. They said Iran fired about 100 drones. So Jordan is claiming that they're intercepting some of them in their airspace. I cannot confirm that. AP also says Israel attacks Iran's nuclear and missile sites, prompting Iranian drone strike retaliation. Iraq said more than 100 Iranian drones. Hold on. AP says Israel's military said it had begun intercepting Iranian drones launched by Iran in retaliation to it. An Israeli official said the Israeli interceptions were taking place outside Israeli territory but did not elaborate. Iraq said more than 100 Iranian drones had crossed its airspace, and a short time later, neighboring Jordan said its air force and defense systems had intercepted several missiles and drones that had entered its airspace for fear they would fall in its territory. So we're waiting to see if any drones make it there. Thanks so much to John Lopez. Hey, that's so nice of you, John. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Yeah, I just ate about an hour ago. I took a little break an hour ago and ate. Thank you, John Lopez. So nice of you. Very kind of you. Thanks also, Mr. Ray Romantico. Thank you. Lena Lopez. Thank you, Lena. Hold on a second here. Thank you, Morbler on Twitch, and Azra2025 on Twitch. New developments, it could happen at any time. Israel could carry out new strikes at any time, you know. Here's a picture here from, on the right there, from AP of a building damaged in Tehran overnight. Maybe one of those officials who was killed lived there. In case you missed it, the Chief of Staff of the Iranian Armed Forces, the top military official in Iran, General Mohammad Bagheri was killed by Israel. Another top military official, the head of the Revolutionary Guard, General Hossein Salami, was killed by Israel. Iranian state media said 6 nuclear scientists were killed by Israel in these strikes. AP says, over the past year, Israel has been targeting Iran's air defenses, hitting a radar system for a Russian-made air defense battery in April 2024 and surface-to-air missile sites and missile manufacturing facilities in October. Yeah, some people asked about flight radar. I mean, yeah, we checked it a little while ago. You know, you're not going to see the drones on the flight radar. You're going to see no flights over Iran probably because airspace there is closed. There, Iran airspace is closed. No flights over Iran. And you can see planes continue to take off from, here, from Tel Aviv. But planes I don't think are landing at Tel Aviv, they're just taking off. Tel Aviv, Israel. Look at this flight. Which one? This is from Riyadh to Ghurayat. Hold on. That's flightradar24.com. Gurayat is in Saudi Arabia, I believe. Sorry, I'm trying to get this to work. Trying to get this to work. It's being all fidgety. Oopsie. Oh, so one of our viewers mentioned this flight. This flight was going, it says Riyadh to Guriyat. Riyadh is here in the middle of Saudi Arabia. It was supposed to go where? Oh, near, okay, I see. So this flight was supposed to land in Gurayat, which is up here, right? That's still Saudi Arabia, I think. Near Jordan, but it didn't, it circled around and left. So I don't know if that happened because, is that what happened? Now it's going, because of drone activity, did it get diverted? I don't know. I'm not sure. Maybe it did. Maybe the air activity over Jordan made it decide to not land. I don't know. Barry says that's my guess. Oh, what am I missing? Oh no, we have three. We have 3 shots up there. Okay, that's fine. Thank you, Marmus72 on Twitch. Oh, we got the Modine stream back. Wait, what am I looking at? I can put up the Modine stream. That's good. That's from Central Israel, Modine, Israel. I'm going to put that one up again. Get 4 streams up. Hey, Charles Goki, that's so nice of you. Charles Goki, thank you, Charles. I appreciate it. Also, switch the channel, thank you. And Susan Coots. Thank you, Susan. Will the U.S. get involved, says Dill? Well, I don't know if Iran's going to attack the U.S. I don't know that Trump's going to go out of his way to get involved. Marco Rubio already said the U.S. wasn't working with Israel. That's what he said. But if some kind of U.S. interest gets attacked, that certainly could bring them in, or shipping gets attacked or something, something related enough to the U.S. The U.S. will get involved if it feels the benefits outweigh the costs. Thank you, Shragi Stern, as well. Shragi Stern, thank you. What was I going to do? Oh, I was going to put on that other stream from Modine. What in the world? Why don't I see it? All right, I got the stream from Modine. There it is, Modine, Israel. We got to see what happens with the drones. Are the drones going to reach Israel, guys? I have no idea. Manny Fabian echoes other reports, which I think these reports are coming from some Israeli military officials probably talking to everybody. But Manny Fabian with Times of Israel says, the Mossad spy agency of Israel built a secret explosive drone base in Iran for this morning's operation, an Israeli security source reveals. They built a secret explosive drone base in Iran. The drones were used to strike ballistic missile launchers at a base near Tehran, preventing Iran from firing projectiles at Israel as this morning's strikes began. That's really interesting. Manny Fabian says the Mossad spy agency built a secret drone base in Iran, for this morning's operation. An Israeli security source reveals. The drones were used to strike ballistic missile launchers at a base near Tehran, preventing Iran from firing projectiles at Israel as this morning's strikes began. Is that true? I don't know. But that could be a reason that Iran hasn't responded yet. Additionally, a Mossad commando team deployed guided weapons systems to central Iran, close to Iranian air defense sites. The weapons struck the air defense sites, preventing them from targeting Israeli fighter jets. Isaiah says, was Ukraine giving Israel pointers? Memo Man thinks Iran is outclassed by Israel in this war. Continuing our live coverage here at 3:33 a.m. Hey, thanks, Brian Beelman. I appreciate it. Thank you, Brian. Man, it has been so much news lately. And this is just huge news. What's going to happen going forward in Iran, in Israel, in the region as a result of this, I do not know. This is huge, huge news. I just need 1 minute. I need 1 minute, guys. Steve will be back in 1 minute. Give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back. I didn't even remember what day it was. I thought it was Thursday. Been so crazy lately. Think of all the news going. We have this going on now, all the protests going on. Tomorrow, Saturday, you have the military parade in D.C. and all these anti-Trump protests going on in the U.S. tomorrow. Thank you to Jody Loyola, our member, David Hawthorne, our member, who says, world learns new way to wage war from Ukraine. Thank you also, Commandant Toyer Delbach Oberga, AC. Thank you. The parade, I think, is 6:30 Eastern on Saturday, I think. No sirens yet from these drones in Israel, guys. Marco thinks no sirens probably means no threat. I haven't seen any updates about the drones in the media for a while. Tyler Rogaway made an interesting point about this. He is he's the founder of the War Zone, which is a really good military news site. Tyler Rogaway says, I'll keep the video on. He says, Israel will be in a position to have minimally contested access to Iran's airspace long after this is over. Reconstituting any of these programs under such conditions will be a challenge. So what he's saying is Israel is going to have just dominance for a long time if they want to fly over Iran, basically, because they've been taking out Iran's air defenses, you know. So if Iran, what he's saying is if for a while after, if Iran started to want to work on this stuff again, they could just destroy it again. Well, there's another video too. Here, hold on, what's this one? Central West Bank, interesting. Okay, what's this? Oh, hold on a moment here. I have some breaking news for you. I believe I have some breaking news for you. Hang on. So, Channel 12. Excuse me. Sorry. Hold on. Hold on. I'm seeing some reports that say Channel 12 is claiming that the Natanz facility was destroyed in the attack, but I haven't seen that from Channel 12. Well, it's a little confusing. I think Channel 12 is saying that. It's a little confusing from their post. Channel 12 says that, according to Nir Davory, who's with Channel 12, yeah, so Channel 12 says that their correspondent is reporting that the nuclear uranium enrichment facility in Natanz was destroyed in the Israeli attack. Now, Israel hasn't said that. Hold on. Oh, I have a video from Iranian state media. Wow. Iranian state media posted a video showing an Israeli strike on western Iran. I'm going to post a link in the chat. I just posted it on my YouTube page as well. Not my Twitter page. But this is Iranian state media. It's like a big explosion. An Israeli strike on a site in Kermanshah province, western Iran. Did I say Twitter? I meant X if I said Twitter. It's late. My brain isn't working too well at this point. I'm trying to power through. Someone asked about China. The New York Times reports that a spokesman for China's foreign ministry said Beijing is deeply concerned about Israel's strike on Iran and opposed to the violating of Iran's sovereignty, security, and territorial integrity. He said China would help promote the easing of the situation. Rick says maybe there weren't any drones fired. Well, it takes them hours to get to Israel from Iran. But it's been a little while now. Maybe they all got shot down. Where's that feed I read before, which was a really good analysis? I want to mention that again because it's such good analysis. So Anshel Pfeffer, who is with The Economist, wrote a few posts, and I thought his analysis was very good. Anshel, A-N-S-H-E-L, Pfeffer, P-F-E-F-F-E-R, P-F-E-F-F-E-R. And Anshel Pfeffer said that he posted some new stuff, but earlier he had said that 4 hours into this war, well, it was now more hours, but hours into this war, quick conclusions are premature. Israel and Iran have been preparing for decades for this moment, and we'll find out in the next few days who prepared better. He said the two most important preparations by Israel were, we've talked about this last year when they took out Hezbollah's missiles, so Hezbollah from right across the border in Lebanon couldn't threaten them with missile launches after attacking Iran, and also destroying Iran's missile defense network in September, October. He said we're about to see if and how Iran dealt with those major blows. He also said Iran used the same pattern of strikes on Hezbollah, prioritizing decapitation and missile bases. He says this will hamper an Iranian retaliation, but impossible to say to what degree. And he says the main questions at this point are what capabilities Iran has right now, which we've also talked about, and will Hezbollah use whatever missiles it still has? We don't know. Maybe Iran is incapable at the moment of launching some big attack on Israel. Now, why are people saying, why do people keep doing this? Why are people saying rocket alerts? I haven't seen a rocket alert. This keep happening. Where is the red alert? I never got one. Oh, some people said they were getting alerts on their app. I'm looking at so far red alert. Nothing on so far red alert. Nothing. Nothing. Why are you saying this? There are early warning alerts. There's nothing on the so far red alert app. Anyways, we just don't know, as Anshel Pfeffer was saying, what kind of weaponry, what kind of missiles Iran has. Can they even put them out there to launch them? Or could they get, if they start trying to fire missiles, will Israel planes take out the missile launchers? I don't know what they can do at this point. We don't know. Do they have some other kind of plan to strike Israel? Oh. Hey, Mitchell Pilot, thank you. A good call by Mitchell Pilot. Thank you, Mitchell Pilot. 5 minutes ago, Israeli home front says end of stay in proximity to the protected areas. Residents of across the country no longer need to be in close proximity to their protected areas. Wow. That just came out from the Home Front Command in Israel. Since the start of the attack, they have said you need to stay near your protected areas. And they just came out and said that no longer applies. They just said it. I just saw it right now from 5 minutes ago. I'm going to post this right now. Israel Home Front Command. End of stay in proximity to the protected area. You no longer need to stay in close proximity to a protected space. Look at right here. It's right here. There it is from home. That's the Home Front Command account. That's the first. I mean, it's that right from when the attack started. They said you got to stay near your protected space, the whole country. So did they shoot down all the drones? They seem to be pretty confident if that's happening. Wow. Wow. Wow, guys. That is the official Home Front Command Twitter account. That seems like a pretty big deal. I think okay. I just saw an update here. Hang on. That's really big news. Here it is. I follow Mariah Asraf and Doron Kadosh on Telegram, Political and Security Cabinet. They're both, I think they're both Israeli reporters. They say that the Home Front Command saying you don't need to be near your protected space at all times anymore. They say that this means that it is possible to return to normal for the time being, to leave the house, of course, while maintaining constant vigilance. If there is any Iranian attack, the Home Front Command says it will give the public enough advance warning and up-to-date instructions in accordance with the developments. That's really interesting. So again, that's really big. Did they post again, Home Front Command? Hold on. Yeah, Home Front Command says, look, oh no, where is it here? Hold on. Do I have it on Telegram here? Where is it? Reporter Daphne says the Home Front Command has clarified you can leave your house. If there is a warning, you still enter the military headquarters, the protected area, until there's a release notice. You are not supposed to gather in crowds, she said. I'm still waiting to hear something more about these drones and whether any of them are going to reach Israel. I haven't seen the IDF say, I haven't seen an official statement from the IDF yet saying that the drones have all been taken care of. Oh. Hold on. I see a new announcement from the IDF. Guys, here, let me show you this new announcement from the IDF. The IDF says, hold on, I'll show you. The IDF has completed a large-scale strike against the aerial defense array of the Iranian regime in western Iran. In recent hours, the Israeli Air Force fighter jets, guided by precise intelligence from the Intelligence Directorate, completed a large-scale strike against the aerial defense array of the Iranian regime in western Iran, air defenses. As part of the strikes, dozens of radars and surface-to-air missile launchers were destroyed. So that's going to make it easier for Israeli planes to fly over there now. Throughout the war, the IDF has systematically targeted the aerial defense systems of the Iranian regime and its proxies across the Middle East. These strikes enhance the Israeli Air Force's freedom of aerial operation. So again, sounds like they've severely diminished the Iranian air defenses. Oh, there's an illustration. Hey guys, look, I have a little video that they posted. I'm going to play for you. Here, this is an illustration of the attack of what they did to the Iranian air defenses. I'm going to put it on the screen for you right now. Ready? Hang on a moment here. Check it out here. See that right there? Watch, we'll play it. Here we go. All right, there's Iran, right? There's Iran. It says detection radars and surface-to-air missile launchers. See, they're like trucks and radars. So it took those out, it said. See, it said it took them out. That's on the western side of Iran, closest to Israel. Now they can fly over. Oh, look, the planes are flying over. And the planes took them out. And now they're not protected anymore. That's from Israel. That's from the Israeli Armed Forces. That's what they said. Oh, they have a graphic. Look at this, guys. It's the graphic from the Israeli air defense, from Israeli defense forces. They say aerial defense systems dismantled. They say they have dismantled air defense systems of Iran. So in theory, if they've dismantled Iranian air defenses significantly, again, that makes it way easier for them to just fly planes over Iran without having to worry about it. I'd still like to hear something about the drones. What happened to the drones? What happened with the drones? We haven't gotten any kind of confirmation on this. Hold on a second, hold on a moment. Ynet says that Israel has intercepted all the drones, according to Ynet. But I haven't seen that directly from the Israeli government yet, from the IDF. So I'd like to confirm that from the IDF. Ynet is an Israeli news outlet. Oh, Russian state media is saying it too. Oh no, they're quoting Ynet. So Ynet, which is an Israeli news site, they are claiming that all the drones have been destroyed, but that is not directly coming from the Israeli military yet. So we'll see if we get a statement from the Israeli military. Why are they saying that? They're saying the IDF said it, but I haven't seen that from the IDF.
الوقت الأنسب للتعامل.
Oh, guys, IDF has posted a video of them attacking air defense. Look, I'll show you. It's them attacking air defense. See? Look. Watch. That's an air defense truck, I guess. With missiles on it. Oh, the New York Times' David Sanger says that they said the other major enrichment target, he said the two main enrichment targets, uranium enrichment targets in Iran are Natanz and Fordow. Now we know Natanz has been hit, but we don't know the scope of the damage. He says we don't know whether Fordow was targeted. It's a much harder target buried deep under a mountain. So we don't know if that's been hit. And also he says we don't know if Israel has set back Iran's nuclear program, by how much. He says it's too early to know how much damage Israel did. Natanz is not deeply buried, he says. But the centrifuges have more protection, they're pretty deep, and they have concrete protection. So we don't know what happened to them. I have a link to that article. Hold on. I should have a link to that article. I think. I don't know if it'll work. Like a gift link, I think it was. I'm going to post a link in the chat, and you can check out that article if you want. I didn't read the whole thing. It's from the New York Times. Looks like I'll have to read it after. It looks like an interesting article. I'm waiting to hear about the drones. When are we going to get an official announcement about the drones? Oh, I made myself disappear. Why did I make myself disappear? This is what happens when it gets late. Mr. Norm from Norway thinks if there were more drones, they wouldn't tell people to leave from being near their safe places. You might be right. I would like to see. Thank you, Mr. Norm. I appreciate it. I would just like to see hear the official announcement about that, which they haven't made. Hey, thanks, Brian Beelman, who gave 20 people memberships. That's so nice of you, Brian. Thank you. Please thank Brian or somebody else if they give you a gift membership or a gift subscription. Thank you, Brian. Thank you, Stevie Aggie, our member, who thinks, wouldn't surprise me if the Iranian government is overthrown soon. I have no idea if this will put the Iranian regime at risk. It's an interesting question. Thank you, Danielle. Wow. Danielle gave 50 people memberships. Danielle Vieta. She gave 50 people memberships. That's so nice of you, Danielle. I hope you guys thank these people who are giving you memberships. Danielle Vieta, thank you. Really kind of you. Also, Hot Pink 90 Sun, Brian Beelman, Mr. Norm, Mitchell Pilot, Kelly R., Jeff Buddington, Infinite Possibilities, Jody Loyola, Planes Were Cool on Twitch. Marma72 on Twitch. What's happening with the drones? Did all the drones get shot down? I just don't know. Oh, breaking news. Hillel Beton Rosen says he is with Channel 14. Hillel Beton Rosen says, according to the estimates in the defense establishment, most of the drones launched toward Israel were successfully intercepted, and those that were not apparently crashed. Again, this is from Hillel Beton Rosen. He is with Channel 14 Israel. He is their military and security reporter. He says, according to estimates of the Israeli defense establishment, most of the drones launched toward Israel were successfully intercepted, and those that were not apparently crashed. Vigilance is still required in case there are any we missed, he says. Ynet said something. Remember, the Home Front Command has said you no longer need to stay close to your protected area around the country. Again, I'm waiting till we hear something. Maybe the military doesn't want to say it yet because they want to be sure or something. I don't know. Drone Travel TV thinks Iran can't do anything anymore. Oh, thank you to T-Sky gave 20 people memberships. Wow. That's so nice of you, T-Sky. Thank you. Make sure you thank T-Sky for your memberships. Thank you also, Sean F. Look, we've been talking about this. We don't know if Iran at this point can really manage a strong strike on Israel. Their air defenses have been severely diminished. Our viewer Sean TV said he thought that earlier that he thought they wouldn't be able to carry out an attack now because Israel would just strike all of their launchers or whatever. Our viewer Avia says that he got an alert 30 minutes ago saying that an alert was expected in Jerusalem South in the next few minutes. Our viewer Avia says in Israel they get pre-alerts, which I don't get. But I wonder if that was about the drones. But then I believe it was after that that the Home Front Command says you don't need to be near your safe area all the time. Murph is wondering how the Mossad agents who would have gone into Iran in advance of the attack would have gotten out of Iran. Is that what you're saying? I don't know how they do this stuff. I mean, I'm sure it's pretty secret. Maybe they stay there, or maybe, I don't know. That's what they specialize in. If I'm understanding the question properly. It is incredible that they were able to kill all these top military leaders in Iran and all these nuclear scientists. And the last several days, there's been all of these reports saying Israel might attack soon. So I don't know if it's like, did these people not take proper precautions, or did they take precautions, but Israel's intelligence is so good they knew exactly where these people were? Don't know. Synthetic Gaming says their intel is just too good. Maybe they have people on the inside. KJH Oz thinks it's going to be a very eventful week. Well, I'm waiting for some sort of announcement by Israel on this, firm announcement. You know what? Things could change at any moment, though, with this story. You don't know what's going to happen. You don't know what's going to happen from moment to moment. Iran could launch some missiles. Who knows? Maybe Iran will wait to carry out some other attack. Hey, thanks also to Storm the Worm, who thinks the drones are gone. Happened about an hour ago. Where are you getting this information, Storm the Worm? Who thinks U.S. jets helped? We've seen no report. I've seen no reports on that. But thank you, Storm the Worm. Storm the Worm. I just haven't seen that. What you're saying myself anywhere. If I do, I'll pass it along. Thank you, Brian Beelman. Thanks, Brian. Thanks also to Ronald. Oh, Ronald McDonald gave 10 gift memberships. Thanks, Ronald. That's really nice of you. Thanks also to Ken Lance and Donnie Davio. Breaking news. Breaking news. Check this out from Manny Fabian, who is with Times of Israel. Here's what Manny Fabian is reporting. Check it out, guys. He says the IDF says it has control over the situation after Iran launched at least 100 drones at Israel. Israeli Air Force fighter jets have been shooting down the drones outside of Israel's borders, and so far none have apparently reached the country. Meanwhile, the Home Front Command issued an update telling civilians they no longer need to remain close to bomb shelters. This is because the IDF says it has control over the drone attack, but it has not yet confirmed shooting all of them down. The Home Front Command will issue further updates should there be additional threats heading toward Israel from Iran. Additionally, the IDF says the Home Front Command's decision to sound sirens nationwide at 3 a.m. was based on the assessment that Iran would immediately respond to Israel's strikes, which ultimately did not happen. How about that? There hasn't been a single siren aside from that one, that initial one, which was not actually based on any rockets or missiles flying or drones flying towards the country. Well, that's pretty big right there. That's pretty big right there. That's from, he's a great person to follow, Manny Fabian, at MANNIEFABIAN. He's with Times of Israel. Thank you to Mr. Toker Archville and Sherm the Worm. Do I wait for the IDF to absolutely confirm it or not? What'll happen is if I get off, right when I get off the air, they'll say, oh no, there's 10 drones still left. Yes, Doron Kadosh and Mariah Asraf, two Israeli reporters, say, contrary to various reports, the IDF says not all of the drones launched into Israeli territory have been intercepted yet, and interception efforts are still underway. The incident is defined as under control. We'll give it a couple minutes. I'd love to be able to report if the IDF says we shot them all down. Hey, thank you to our viewer. It looks like LLLLLLLLL. Also, IP Freely, thank you. And Hash. Thank you, Hash. And Mr. Toker Archville. What is this plane? What is this plane? Is this an Israeli government? One of our viewers, Hash, just mentioned this Israeli government plane. Wing of Zion. Is that what it is? Wing of Zion? Military government plane that a lot of people are following. Hang on. This is the primary, according to Wikipedia, this plane is the principal government airport transport aircraft of the State of Israel, which transports the President and Prime Minister overseas. Why it is going there, I don't know. But it is flying away from Israel. It was flying earlier tonight, right? I don't remember. I don't know where. Where was its previous flight? Landed at 7:12 a.m. Is this the previous flight today? Yes, 6:28 to 7:12. Oh, before it did that, it flew out and it came back. That's what it did about I don't even know what time it is right now. A few hours ago. It flew out and it came back. I don't know why it does that. Maybe for protection, maybe just if there's a time of tension, they have a flight in the air with one of the leaders, just to have it out there. I don't know. Some of our viewers think Iran will launch a strike at nighttime. Our viewer Josh Korn thinks BB is not on that plane. Anyways, you can follow it at Flight Radar 24. It's the most tracked plane. Israel government plane. Uh-oh. Wing of Zion. Oops, sorry. Peter, our viewer, thinks the earlier flight from the Wings of Zion was a precautionary flight since they were evacuating the airport. That's what Peter thinks. Haradev thinks it's the calm before the storm. Again, there is this reporting. I mean, I can't confirm it myself, but there's a bunch of reporting that claims that Israel agents went into Iran beforehand and made some kind of drone factory or drone launcher or both, and they actually launched drones against Iran from inside the country, which is similar to what Israel did, to what Ukraine did against Russia a couple weeks ago. Tyler Rogaway of the War Zone says, you don't need an F-35 or stealthy cruise missile for destruction of enemy air defenses when you have someone in the country that can use a COTS drone with a charge on it and steer it from the back of a van to a blatant target a mile away. He says that he believes there's a real threat in the threat of near proximity precision attacks against critical targets using lower end drones. Just like what happened with Russia, with those valuable planes being attacked by these quadcopter drones. Hey, thanks, Jack Ray, for the memberships. That's really nice of you. I'd really like to get I mean, how long will it take before we get a confirmation from the Israeli military that they've shot down all the drones? Maybe they don't want it to give you, say, all, because they're worried there's one flying around they haven't seen or something. I think maybe we're getting close to that time. Oops, we lost that shot, the Modine shot. I think maybe we're getting close. I can always come back on the air if there's some huge development, you know. I can always do that. Nothing's stopping me, but might be that time where we start wrapping up this stream. I think. Because, again, it's being reported that Israel... Yeah, I mean, Israel Home Front Command, like 45 minutes ago, said... They said, you don't need to be near stay near your protected area anymore. Yeah, I just, for now, I think, who knows what will happen moment to moment, but I think I'm going to get rid of the red ticker too for the moment. I think it's time right now. I think so. Yeah, as C.G. McElmore says, no reason to keep droning on and on. So look, if there's some huge thing when I get off the air, we can come back on the air and do another stream. But for now, I think we're getting to the part where we're wrapping up chapter 1 of our coverage of this what will supposedly be a multi-day long Israeli operation against the Iranian nuclear program. Dat guy says, gotta wait till dark. Yeah, so look, and then we have the protests coming over this weekend and the military parade. So we're going to have more coverage for you, but let's start wrapping this up now, and we'll proceed. I gotta get a little rest, but I really appreciate you guys being here for our live coverage of this huge event. There were not even any sirens while we were on the air. So we'll keep you informed. We'll keep doing more coverage as the events warrant. And subscribe, follow the channel, Agenda Free TV. We cover all kinds of live breaking news without an agenda. So you can subscribe and follow. Turn on the notifications. I never know when big news is going to happen. This happened hours ago when in the middle of my food, and I had to put down my food and come eat. But I don't know when things are going to happen, but if you sign up for our free notifications, you get a notification sent to you whenever we go live, so you don't miss a broadcast. It's really easy. We do our notifications through Discord. Sign up for them. Leave the stream on? No, I don't. No. With this? No. That's an extreme case. I only do that in extreme cases. When I think when there's like huge news going on in the stream. No. So sign up for our notifications. You can find the link in, did that work? Hey, thanks, Ben J. Did that work? The notifications link is in the description of this broadcast on YouTube and Facebook, and also, oh, there it is. It just came up. The notification server. At the same link, we have a free chat. You can chat with other viewers when we're not on the air, so check that out there as well. But I really appreciate you guys sending me updates and helping figure out what's going on, and also letting me read your comments on the air and asking questions and chatting. So thanks for your help with the stream. And I will post updates on my X account, which is should be linked in the chat at the top, because I've been posting stuff there. But at Lookner on X, follow me there for breaking news updates. I posted a bunch of videos and photos from the day there. Also, Manny Fabian's a great person to follow. Manny is with Times of Israel. He's really good. At Manny Fabian. MANNIEFABIAN. He's fantastic for Israel stuff. So, but I will post updates as I see them. And also, let's shout out our moderators. We've been so busy. Our moderators have been amazing. We still have moderators around. Donnie Davio is moderating. Thank you, Donnie, for being here late night. Oh, hold on a second. The Manny Fabian update. Oh, breaking news. Real Sportsman let me know. More news, guys. Look at this. Look at this. All Israeli Air Force pilots and air crews who participated in the strikes in Iran this morning returned to their bases unharmed. Now, I didn't have any reason to think they didn't, but all of the pilots and crews returned unharmed, according to the military. I guess it's not that big a surprise. It's not that big a surprise because I hadn't heard about anything. But I'm just letting you know that happened. Khalil says, I think I will have a heavy consequence for the Middle East. We'll have to see how this plays out. It's a really big deal. Hold on. Anyways, let's thank our moderators. Donnie Davio is moderating. Danny James, thanks, Danny. And all of our YouTube moderators. You guys are awesome. We couldn't have a chat without our moderators. They're the reason we can even have chat rooms. So thank you so much. All of our Twitch moderators who've been there. LB Prairie Dawn, Sarah and Surly Dev, thank you. Facebook, Charlotte Webb, Margaret Riley, who we need to get back up there because Facebook is messing things up. I'll have to look into that later. I couldn't even do that earlier. Facebook wouldn't let me. Paul Anderson was modding. Thank you, Paul. And also our ex-moderators, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha, all of our moderators, and anybody I forgot. Thank you. Thanks so much. Also, I owe a thank you to Mitchell in Albin. Mitchell in Albin, right? Thank you, Mitchell. Thanks to everybody who donated to the channel. That is so nice of you guys. Thanks for your generous support. And that is what allows this channel to exist and for me to buy footage and stuff. So thank you so, so much. Really kind of you. And if you ever want to donate, you can go to agendafree.tv, agendafree.tv. But thank you, thank you, thank you. Huge thank you for all your support of the channel. Also, Kenny's been watching since the Baltimore Key Bridge. Thank you, Kenny, for watching. Let's see. What did I want to mention? Oh, no, Facebook ended. Did Facebook just end? Oh, no. Oh, I didn't even notice. Facebook ended after 8 hours, which always happens. But I didn't even restart it, but I'm not going to restart it now because I'd just be finishing it. Oh, no. I got to post a message on Facebook. Let me see here. So sorry. Just noticed the stream ended on Facebook 15 minutes ago because Facebook has an 8-hour limit. Normally I'd restart, but I am wrapping up the stream, so it wouldn't be worth it for you. Thanks so much for watching, and we will see you next time. Okay. Oops. That was weird timing. Oh, thanks. Kay says, I told the chat you may or may not restart the stream. Thank you. Yes. Yeah, I was about to end up. So I would have said something about it. So thanks, Kay. That's good. You tell the chat. What was I going to say? Oh, follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. That's another great way to find out when we're going live. Follow us on X at Agenda Free TV. I always post there when we're going live. I post updates about the channel. Big thanks to our Discord mods. Thank you, Discord mods, so much for all you do. And thank you. Hey, also, if you watch on YouTube, I would suggest signing up for the YouTube notifications, but because that can really help you figure out when we're going live. But the way you got to do that's tricky. You got to subscribe to the channel, click on the bell, and choose all notifications. So again, subscribe, click on the bell, choose all notifications. That is how you get notified on YouTube. Also want to thank our Facebook subscribers. But the Facebook stream is over. But I'll thank them anyway. Oh, I feel bad I didn't do this before the stream ended. Why isn't it even showing me that anymore? Oh, I see. Now, Facebook, I can't even see it now. It's because the stream ended. It's asking all weird. Thanks to all of our subscribers on Facebook. You guys are awesome. Robert Rial II, Sharon Klassen Goslin, Erin Van Ness, Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry Body, all the others. And our Twitch subscribers, thank you so much over there. Planes Were Cool, Arza 2025, Morbler, Polar Scare, Cubat, Diuman, Only Here for Music, Devil Doc, thank you. Susan CHF04, thank you. Allistic, Notorious Rob, all of our other Twitch subscribers, our YouTube members, AJ Kraus, Don, Jim Eaton, Greg Andrews, Daisy May, the Roddy Mom, UV Lightning, Ken Lance, Chung Peter, Texas Jack, Jean Romaine, Horror Mother, Gary Baines, M. Morris, Big Boss Channel, Elmo, Bobby G, Adam Glegg, Crypto King, Harper Ann, Jane Jones, David Gray. My brain isn't even working anymore. Half Mad, Ernie Garcia, Gary Baines, Cachette, Elmo, Jen Dat, thank you. Jean Romaine, Jim Watts. Thank you, everybody. Don Mility. Who knows what news will come next? We very well might be covering this later today. Or the protests. You know, there's so much news going on. David Adams, thanks for watching. Southeast Wolf. Pistol Pete. Emily Wee. All right, it's that time. It is that time. Any final updates to give you? Oh, did the IDF release some new footage, I guess, of destroying missiles? Is that what happened? IDF says they destroyed missiles aimed at the state of Israel. Look, the Air Force destroyed missiles aimed at the state of Israel, ballistic missiles. That's what the IDF is saying. And they have a couple of videos showing this. So maybe that's why there were no missiles launched at Israel. Maybe they were prepared to and they got destroyed. I don't know. Anyways. Oops. All right. Well, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. We got to wrap this up. We got to wrap it up. All right, guys, you've been watching our live coverage of the start of Israel's attack on Iran's nuclear program, which it says they're going to go for as long as it takes. So we'll have to see what happens with this. All right. Again, I really appreciate you being here for the channel, for the coverage. Thank you again to all of our moderators. We will keep you informed, and we will see you soon with more live breaking news coverage right here at Agenda Free TV.